A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the Goldbergs. Well, the battle lines of conflicting emotions are being drawn up in Glastonbury. And Molly Goldberg is trying to play general on both sides. But this time, it's an affair over which she has very little control. The people involved are strong-willed, intelligent, determined, but blindly on their way to fall. Orianne is the center, loved by Edward Way and Dr. Cater. But Orianne likes the doctor, and the doctor thinks she loves Way. So this would be simple enough, except for one thing. Way's former wife is in town, a neurotic, intense sort of woman whose main aim in life is to see that her former husband has nothing to be happy about. And Way knows it. And that's why he's just refused his former wife's hysterical plea and Dr. Cater's demand that he go over to see her. Meanwhile, Molly's trying to pretend to play cards at home.
Molly, are we playing cards?
I said, dear darling, what else am I doing? I'm playing cards. I'm cashing, and I'm playing, and I'm dealing, and I'm playing. I'm only saying, why shouldn't Mr. Ray go over to see his wife if Dr. Cater is calling?
Take a card.
Mr. Ray certainly could go over and speak to her, even if she is his ex-wife.
Play.
Oh, Tammy's turn. Take a card. Rosalie, why don't
I said no questions.
I'm only asking what's Orianne doing.
Play out.
I'm just saying that I...
Rosie.
What did you say, Rosie?
Orianne's dressing, Mom.
I'm dressing.
Molly.
I play, huh?
You play, yes.
Very well. So I play.
Well, let Mama go upstairs and talk to Orianne if she wants to, Pa.
No, family. Not at all. Not at all, indeed not. Papa don't want me to mix, so I'm not mixing. I'm not mixing. The finally, and then the final.
You play.
Yes. Rosie, dear, Papa dear's talking to you.
All right. Do you want to call now and see if Christopher Cater is still at the hotel with Mrs. Ware?
Will you please play cards if we're playing, Rosie?
I wasn't speaking to you, Stanley.
Quiet.
Papa said quiet. Papa wants to enjoy a game. Papa said quiet. Play. What's all the looks what? What's all the looks what? If I look perturbed, if I look upside down and upset, it's because I'm concerned. Not because I want to mix. And if Orianne feels a responsibility, it's because her good name is in the question.
Settle the cards. We are playing the game or...
Orianne? No questions. Orianne? Mr. Goldberg, would you drive me to the village? Maman! Oh, pourquoi est-ce que tu ne dors pas d'habitude? C'est parce que maman peut s'habiller.
Sonny, get my flashlight and my coat.
I'll go with you, Pa.
You're sure it's not too much trouble?
No trouble at all. Come, Sammy. You ready?
Yes, Pa.
Jake, if you see Mr. Ray...
Mr. Ray knows exactly what he wants to do and what he doesn't want to do.
David, chérie, monte et va te coucher comme un brave petit garçon. Je ne peux pas. Je veux que tu enlèves ton chapeau et ton manteau d'abord. What manteau? What is it saying?
You better take your hat and coat off, Mrs. Leland.
Huh? What is it?
He won't go to sleep unless Orianne takes the hat and coat off.
So take it off, Orianne. It's ridiculous for me to sit back while this woman thinks all kinds of things about me. Why must Dr. Cater or you, for that matter, do my talking for me? I am no child.
Maman, enlève ton chapeau et ton manteau.
So the child wants you to take off your chapeau and the manteau. Je les enlève. Es-tu content? Alors, monte, vite, te coucher.
Come up with me, David.
Je ne partirai pas, maman. Non, darling. Bonne nuit. Good night.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir, darling. Bonsoir, darling. You take up a storybook. Take up a storybook and read a story today. Let's go.
Right.
Cinderella, the three bears. Go, crochet. Oh. Do you want me to call Dr. Cater and you talk to Orianne and see if he's still at Mrs. Ray's, before you go there?
No.
Then let me call Mr. Ray and tell him that he thinks that you care for him, if that's the whole thing that can I tell him? The man hasn't told me he loves me. I can't just say, Mr. Way, I'm not in love with you. It would be simple if you asked me. Then I could say I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel the way you do. My interest in you, and so on. I could speak out. But this way, sometimes, Orianne, it's kinder to hurt quickly than I can't do it. He's been hurt enough. That woman who was once his wife has pursued him with her jealousy and hate until he felt... Oh, he's been in jail. He thinks the whole world is against him. I can understand how the sympathy I feel for him must look like affection in his eyes. It gives him courage to begin again, and it gives him courage to tell his wife that he doesn't care what she thinks or does. He just takes it for granted that I love him. I don't know what to do unless he speaks out. If he does, I can tell him the truth. But all of this is so vague and stupid. All right, Orianne. Mr. Way?
This complicated calls again. Ask him to tell Mrs. Way I'll be right over.
Oh, thank you. I'll go up to the child. Rosalie, why don't you read the story book? Why don't you read Cinderella the Princess or something?
Mr. Goldberg says you're going to the village.
I'm going to see Mrs. Way.
Why, Orianne?
Because I'm involved in this.
You are, but not with her. It's no use seeing her, and no use talking to her. She's a bitter, hateful woman who wants to devote her whole life to making me unhappy. Fortunately, we're divorced. She divorced me, and she has nothing she can use to hurt me with except her tongue. A woman like you should ignore her.
Then why are you going to see her?
Because that Dr. Cater has gone and mixed himself up with her. And it's because of you, too. There's only one thing to do with a woman like that, and that's ignore her.
But you're not ignoring her. You're going down to see her.
I have to.
Then I'll go with you. The both of us.
You don't have to go.
I want to.
Why?
Because she's here to hurt you. Through me, if she can. Why should I permit it? Why should I let her use me against you?
No one can do that.
But she's trying.
Oh, let her try. She won't succeed in doing anything. There's nothing she can do. I have no secrets from you or anyone. I'm a man who's been to prison. Everyone knows it. You know it. You know it, and it doesn't matter to you.
It does matter to me, Edward.
Only because you wish I were better than I am. But, Orianne, I can be better. I understand now that all the things I was ambitious to possess are useless and worthless for a man like me. The power money gives, the power possessions give, the prestige position gives, aren't worth the effort of achieving them. I know what I want now, and I know I can have it.
I'm glad.
You can never realize, Orianne, what I felt, what I was when I walked out of that prison and felt myself in the world again. I knew one thing utterly and completely, that I was alone for the rest of my life. Alone.
You don't feel that way now.
No, Orianne. You don't know what it is to feel that someone takes you for what you are, good or bad. Good and bad. Just a man in the world, a person with people. Oh, I'm very grateful for your love. I love you more than I thought was possible. Orianne, I don't have the words, the poetry, the language to tell you. You've given me the honor of loving you, the privilege of being repossessed by life, the right to have company and friends and talk, to enter back into a real world. A world so real that the prison and the fraud of my past is harmless at night when I'm alone. I love you, Orianne, and that's why I don't want you to go down to see her. She's part of the delusion of the past. Let her live there with all the others. So forget her, please. Don't let it bother you. Go up and read a story to David. That's our world, not hers.
Orianne stands helpless to stem the vast current of emotion that she's loosed in Edward Way. And as he leaves the house to see his former wife, Orianne knows that by her silence she has admitted what he's just said. And now,
the Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Hi Ho from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Here's a man who wants us to settle an argument for him. He's Mr. O. Beck of South Perry Street, Chicago. Mr. Beck writes, one person who claims there are two Jell-Os. Another tells me there is only one Jell-O. Which is right? Well, Mr. Beck, that's one argument which is easily settled. There is only one Jell-O. The name Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that is incorrect. For there is no other Jell-O. That's why we always urge you to ask for Jell-O by name, whenever and wherever you order it, whether it's from your grocer or in the restaurant. And here's something you ought to know. Restaurants serving real Jell-O can now display an autographed picture of Jack Benny. So look for his picture as your assurance that they serve genuine Jell-O. And remember, to enjoy Jell-O's extra rich fruit flavor, Jell-O's delicious true fruit goodness, always insist by name on the one and only genuine Jell-O. That was Hi Ho, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little surprise for you. Jack wired us that owing to a slight delay on the train, he will be just a few minutes late. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for Jack, I'll turn the microphone over to his good friend and pinch hitter, Georgie Jessel.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Hello again. This is George Jessel, the stand-in, talking. I want to tell you folks that I'm very happy to be here tonight for two reasons. First, it's an honor and a pleasure to help Jack out, and second, it's a job. Of course, Don, it's nice to be working with you, too.
Well, thank you, Georgie. I think we'll get along just fine.
Oh, by the way, Don, does Jack, he expects to give me something for this, you know? By that I mean I hope he won't take advantage of our friendship.
Oh, no, Georgie, no. You know, Jack wouldn't do a thing like that. I'm sure that he will compensate you for your work.
Well, I hope it's with money. You see, Don, I've already got a Boy Scout knife.
You won't spread out, huh?
But I don't mind playing benefits for the needy, but after all, Jack is not on his way to the pound. You know what I mean, don't you?
Well, Georgie, I think you'll find Jack perfectly fair.
I'll be happy if I can find them. Well, how are you, Phil? Glad to see you.
Hello, Georgie.
Are you substituting here, too?
No, I'm on the program every Sunday. Say, George, I heard you talking to Don. Are you worried whether or not Jack's going to pay you for tonight?
Well, Phil, I'm not exactly worried, but I'd like to do one program where I don't have to write in a part for my lawyer. Anyway, Don, what happened to Jack, and why is he late?
Well, it seems that Jack's butler, Rochester, got off the train at Albuquerque, and Jack went out to look for him.
I see.
And the train pulled away without them.
Oh, well, any train that would do that, I'll bet it whistles at girls at every crossing.
But I guess he'll be here pretty soon, you know. He's on a very fast train right now, and I'm sure...
Well, Rochester, we're rolling right along now.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett, sure is a long trip.
I'll say. Just think, 4 whole days on a train. Oh, well, we'll be home pretty soon.
I hope so. We're running out of sandwiches.
Well, we would have been home yesterday if you hadn't got off at Albuquerque to look at those Indians.
I thought I was back in Harlem.
All Harlem, I told you before, all those people at the station were Indians.
Indians?
Yes.
Well, just the same, I saw Papoose eating a pork chop.
Well, what of it? He can be an Indian and still eat a pork chop.
I know, but he had it between two slices of watermelon.
All right, you win. But I want to tell you something, Rochester. It's the last time I'm going to take you to New York. You're supposed to help me. The only time I saw you is when you needed money. Well, you spent more than I did.
That ain't no record.
Never mind that. And another thing, you lied to me. You told me you needed the money for a new suit. Now, where is it?
The suit?
Yeah, it's the suit.
You mean the one I had my heart set on?
Yeah, where is that new suit I gave you the money for?
Well, I'll tell you, boss. I was on my way to the store and got mixed up in a game of African badminton.
Oh, so you lost your suit in a trap game, huh?
Yes, sir. I rolled myself right out of the Easter parade.
Oh, you did, huh? Well, it's a good thing we're going home.
Say, Mr. Benny, who's taking your place on the program tonight?
A fellow named Georgie Jessel. He's a great pal of mine, too.
Georgie Jessel?
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen him. What does he look like?
Well, I'd say that Jessel was medium height, nice personality, and looked something like an anteater. Although I doubt if he does. Say, is there a radio in this observation car?
There's one right over there by that lady.
Oh, fine. Pardon me, madam. Do you mind if I tune in the radio?
No, not at all. Go right ahead.
Thanks. I'm very anxious to hear the Jack Benny program.
You're just the type.
Well, there's a fan for you. Hey, Rochester, tune in NBC. It's around 65 on the dial there.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, insist on genuine Jell-O, as it is America's leading dessert.
That's it, Rochester. That's Wilson, all right.
And it comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
That was very good, Don. What you said was not only thrilling, but educational.
Uh-oh, we got the wrong program.
Quiet. It's Mr. Jessel.
Oh.
Well, Don, how am I doing so far? Am I handling the program all right?
Well, to tell you the truth now, Georgie, and please don't repeat this to Jack.
Oh, you can trust me.
Well, I think you've given this program new life. Frankly, you're much more amusing than Jack.
Hey, kid, Georgie, you're dynamite. You didn't even ask Phil.
Say, Georgie, you've known Jack for quite a little while, haven't you?
Yes, Jack and I have been in show business about the same length of time. As a matter of fact, we started out in the very same theater.
Oh, the same theater, eh?
Mm-hmm. And even in those days, Jack was a real showman. He wouldn't sell one single peanut during my act. That's a lie. It was popcorn. But anyway, Don, I must admit that Jack has made marvelous strides. He went from peanuts to Jell-O in 6 delicious years. Oh, say, Don, where's Mary?
Here I am. Hello, Georgie.
There's Mary. Doesn't he sound natural? Well, Mary, I guess you're anxious for Jack to get back. It'll seem strange working with me.
No, I like to work with you, Georgie. You want to know something? Now, don't repeat this to Jack, will you?
Oh, you can trust me.
Well, believe me, it gets pretty tiresome week after week looking at that blank face of his. Looks like a bowl of mush.
Mush, yes. Well, Mary, after all, I'm not so much to look at myself. I've never been taken for Myrna Loy. Of course, she's much taller than I am.
But at least you're different than Jack. You smile and laugh once in a while. Jack never laughs.
Well, my teeth don't slip out.
That's a good one.
Now, Rochester, my teeth don't slip out.
No, sir, you hold them in better than anybody.
Get away from me, will you? I want to hear this. Say, Mary, I'd like to ask you something, and believe me, you're the first one I've mentioned this to. What do you think Jack's going to give me for taking his place tonight?
Oh, he'll take care of you. First, he'll tell you how wonderful it was for you to come up here, and then he'll give you a great big pat on the back.
You mean the same as I get every place else? But, Mary, Jack isn't that type.
He isn't, eh? Listen, Georgie. Jack has been in New York a week, and I'll bet he's still got California air in his pocketbook.
Well, surely he'd open it up to let the Morse see Radio City, wouldn't he? Rochester.
He ain't no good at all.
Gee, I wish this train would get in.
Come here, Georgie. You want me to tell you something?
What is it?
You remember that birthday party Jack gave for himself about a month ago, and he invited a big crowd?
Yes, I remember. What are you laughing at?
Well, between the first two courses, he ran out and had all the presents of praise.
And then what happened?
Was Jack mad? He only broke even on the dinner.
The little traitor.
That's sure tearing you down, boy.
And to think I bought them all gifts. And Mary's I can't wear.
Oh, you can fold it up and use it for a silk handkerchief.
Rochester. Well, Mary, you've given me a vivid picture of what I'll have to go through when Jack gets here.
Georgie, by the time you get your money out of Jack, you'll be so bent over you'll have to endorse a check on the floor.
Oh, well, play, Phil. With my luck, not only I won't get paid, but when I leave the studio, I'll probably tear my pants. Go ahead, Phil. Music sounds like Harris, all right, huh?
Yes, sir.
Los Angeles, all out. Last one off the train to no tomato. Here we are, Rochester. Come on, grab those bags, and I'll see you at the house later. I'm going to rush over to the studio.
Okay, boss.
Swinging Annie Laurie through the ride, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And I must say, Phil, after hearing the boys, I'm surprised at the way that Jack stands up here every week and keeps running down your music. He shouldn't do that.
Well, of course he shouldn't. My music is all right.
No, it's pretty bad, but Jack shouldn't mention it. Because I tell you, Phil, the way I feel about all this...
Now, wait a minute, Georgie, wait a minute. Here comes Kenny Baker. Do you know him?
Well, no, not personally.
You like him, Georgie. He's a great kid. He thinks Gracie Allen should be president.
Quiet. My wife thinks he is. But my wife thinks he is, it says here. Anyway... Wife thinks he... Anyway, Oh, you leave Kenny to me. I'll handle him all right.
I bet your dollar drive you nuts.
All right, it's a bet. It's a bet.
Here it comes, Georgie.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. Did you have a nice trip?
Nice trip. What is this?
Hey, John, didn't Jack go to New York?
Wait a minute, Kenny. It's Jessel.
Where's that?
Well, I've lost at least 35 cents already. Now, listen, Kenny. I'm just taking Jack's place till he gets here. My name is Jessel.
Oh, yes. Well, gee whiz, I didn't recognize you there for a minute.
No, Jiminy Crickets. I thought you didn't. You know me now, don't you?
Sure. Hey, didn't I see you in a picture the other day with Betty Davis?
What picture?
Jessel Bell.
Jessel Bell? Look, Kenny, the name of the picture is Jezebel. It wasn't me. I don't make pictures, and here's your $1, Mary.
Thanks.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing, Kenny. I just bet Mary $1 that you couldn't drive me nuts.
Ah, gee, you're a sucker.
Folks, this entire event looks good for a loss to me, I'll tell you that.
Oh, fellas, here I am.
It's sure good to be back.
I'm certainly glad to see you, Jack. Believe me.
Me too. I really missed you, old pal.
So did I, Jack. Boy, am I glad to see you.
Oh, yes, of course, certainly. I'm tight, except for my teeth which flip out, and I got a face like a bowl of mush.
It doesn't have to be in a bowl.
Well, there was a radio on the train. I heard every word you fellows said. It was fine loyally talking behind my back.
Well, I didn't say anything against you, Jack.
I know you didn't, Kenny.
I just got here.
I know that, too. Well, hello, Georgie. How do you like it here?
I'll know in a little while.
Well, I appreciate your coming over and helping me out tonight, Georgie. It was a great display of friendship.
Here comes folks.
Now, look, Jack, patting on the back, that's for children. You know that. We're very good friends, but this is my business, the same as yours.
I understand that. Now, look, Georgie.
Look, nothing. You wanted me to come over here, and I did, and I expect to get paid.
Well, all right. Gee, you'd think I was a chiseler or a tightwad or something.
Up to something, you were pretty hot.
Well, I just don't want to be robbed, that's all.
Rob, why, I left my own birthday party to come here, cake and all. Strangers had to blow out my own candle.
Well, calm down, George. Look, I'll give you a check for whatever you think your time is worth.
Now you're talking friendship.
All right, what do you want?
Well, Jack, I don't want too little or too much. In other words, I don't want a cigar or an annuity.
Now, don't beat around the bush. How much do you want?
I'll take $500. If you want to give me 10% extra for my birthday, that's up to you.
Up to me?
If it's up to Jack, it's back to you, Georgie.
Well, all right, George, let's not haggle about it. I'll write you out a check.
Well, that's okay with me.
I got my checkbook right here. Now, let's see. April 3rd.
Gee, look at his handshake.
Mary. April 3rd, 19... Now, the amount...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. It's 1938, not 40.
All right, so I made a mistake. I'm not infallible, though. Now, just a second. Let's see, now, just a second. Page of the order of... Say, how do you want this made out? George Jessel or Georgie Jessel?
Just put down man, $500.
All right. Sounds like Jessel, all right. Here's your check.
Well, thanks, Jack. Now, it's really been a pleasure.
Oh.
And if you ever need me again, don't fail to call on me.
Oh, I will. By the way, Georgie, where can I get in touch with you? What's your phone number?
Just ask the Ain't Ada, you mush-face. Goodbye, everybody.
Well, that's the last time I'll ever ask him to help me out with anything.
Gee whiz, Jack, you don't expect Georgie to come over here and work for nothing, do you?
Well, why not? He's a friend of mine.
Well, would you work on his program for nothing?
I'm talking to Miss Livingston.
Well, would you?
That's Phil's question. Think of your own.
Well, I've got one.
Shut up. So, I got one. Well, let me tell you something. Last week in New York, Fred Allen, Kate Smith, Ripley, Lyman, and Von Zell all appeared on my program for nothing.
No wonder you told him it was for the Red Cross.
Well, didn't make any difference.
Say, Jack, tell us all about your trip to New York. Did you have any fun?
Well, I'll tell you about it later. Wait till I get settled here. Kenny, are you ready for your song?
All set, Jack.
Go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
Here I am, bouncing in again.
Well, for heaven's sake, who are you?
The check you just gave Jessel. Goodbye.
I can't understand that. The banks are closed today. Sing, Kenny. No kidding. That was Can't I from Right This Way, sung by Kenny Baker. Right back on the job again and in the same old form. Say, Kenny, did you listen to me last Sunday when I was in New York?
Well, I wanted to, Jack. I ran over to my girl's house to hear it, but her father doesn't like you.
No, he doesn't, eh? And why didn't you and your girl go out in your car and listen to the program?
She doesn't like you either.
Well, that's great loyalty. Why don't you find a girl that likes me?
I did, and she was slap happy.
Gee. Well, gee whiz, I'd like to know how the I'd like to know how the program came over last Sunday. Did you hear it, Mary?
Well, I invited a big crowd over to the house that night. You know how it is. Some wanted to dance and some wanted to listen to you, so we took a vote.
Oh, how did it come out?
The Big Apple won by a landslide.
That's fine. You were the hostess. Why didn't you put your foot down?
I did.
Oh.
I said, this is my party. You can either listen to Jack's program or go home.
Well, that's great. What else did you say?
Nothing. I was alone. So I went to bed.
Well, as long as you were left alone, you could have listened to me. Why all this hurry about getting to sleep?
I'm having a continued dream about Clark Gable. And I didn't want to miss chapter 12.
Some excitement. That's a very feeble excuse. Hey, did you hear the program, Don?
Well, to tell you the truth...
Well, never mind. All I can say is I'm certainly proud of my associates. Not one of you listened to me.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't be so hasty. I heard the program from beginning to end. It was great.
Thanks, Bill. Say, how did you like that routine I did with... You double-crosser, you didn't hear the program.
I did, too.
Well, how could you hear Whiteman when he wasn't there?
I could have been drunk, you know.
Go on. You were nowhere near a radio last Sunday.
I was, too, and I had to heard every word you said.
Why, Phil, you're nothing but a great big liar.
You got something there.
What a gang. To think that not one of you could devote a half hour to me. Come in. Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Buck.
Hello, Sandra.
Well, if it ain't Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer. Well, to what do I owe this double feature?
Happy welcome to you. Happy welcome to you. Happy welcome, Jack Benny. Happy welcome to you.
I got the blues.
Well, now that's what I call a real greeting. Say, Andy, how come you and Slep came up here together tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, Buck. Slap and I are neighbors now. While you were away, I sold him part of my ranch.
Oh, you did? Well, that's a surprise to me. So you're a farmer now, eh, Slep?
Yeah, that's me, my cricket, Zeep Schlepperman.
Well, Slep, I can't picture you behind a plow. What do you keep on your ranch?
Oh, I got everything. Sheep, cows, dogs, goosies.
Goosies?
Yeah, you know, our seagoing chickens.
And you bought the land and all the livestock from Andy, huh?
Yes, sir, Buck, and I gave him a square deal.
Yeah, a square deal, he calls it. 3 times already he sold me the same homing pigeons.
No kidding. Did you do that, Andy? Yeah. Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself selling pigeons that fly right back to you.
Oh, I only sell them, Buck. I can't change their habits.
Well, tell me, Slep, what did he charge you for them?
You mean for each pigeon?
Yes.
$1.50 a round trip.
Well, that's fair enough.
But I'll tell you one thing, Buck. I gave him a real bargain on a cow.
Oh, he sold you a cow, too, eh, Slep?
Yeah, a fine bargain. Only one faucet works.
Well, maybe your technique isn't right, huh? Well, look, Andy, what's the idea of selling so much stuff to Schlepperman there?
Well, I'll tell you, Buck. Pa had to have some ready cash. He's going to buy an aeroplane.
Oh, your pa wants to be an aviator. Huh? Has he ever been up in the air before?
Well, just once when our goat caught him unaware.
So your goat made an aviator out of him. What does your ma think of the idea, Andy?
He says let him go. He's always been higher than a kite anyhow.
Well, I wish him a lot of luck. Huh?
Well, Buck, guess he'll be running along now. Just dropped in to welcome you back home.
Goodbye, Jackie boy. Come out to my ranch sometime.
Thanks, I'll do that. What's the name of your place?
Schlepperman's Hacienda. Suits, cloaks, and fresh eggs.
Fine, I'll be there. So long, boys.
Oh, say, Buck, I forgot to ask you. Did you have a nice time in New York?
Oh, swell, Andy. It was great.
Oh, that's good. Well, come on, Zeke.
Okay, partner. I'm home on the range where the deer and the kinfolk play.
Well, the Schlepperman is a neighbor of Andy's now. Gee, it won't be long before Andy's talking with a dialect. Huh?
Any change will be good.
Yeah. Well, fellas, the program's nearly over. I think I'll call it a day. I'm so tired after that long train ride. Guess I'll run along home.
I don't blame you, Jack. Go get some rest.
That's just what I need. Gee, it'll be good to see the house again. You know, I don't care where you travel, fellas. There's nothing like home sweet home. Well, so long, fellas.
Bye, Jack.
Take a rest.
Wait a minute. There's the phone.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. You coming home pretty soon?
Yes, Rochester. Why? Is there anything wrong?
Well, boss, I think we had visitors while we was away.
Visitors?
Yeah, all the deck of drawers are mucked up.
Well, the mice could have done that.
They must have been big ones. The grand piano's missing.
The grand piano? Why, we've had burglars.
It could have been the finance company.
Now, that's ridiculous. What else is missing?
You know that great big picture of you that hangs in the North Hall?
Which one?
The one where you're wearing evening clothes.
Yeah, what about it?
You're in DVDs now.
Oh, well, I don't care. Everything is insured. I'll be right home, Rochester. I'm tired. I want to get some sleep.
You better hurry. They're tearing the bed out now.
Well, stop him. Play, Phil, please.
They like it in Kansas, they like it in Maine, they like it in Alberta, Canada. It's Jell-O chocolate pudding, and you like it, too.
Program of the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. I want to thank Georgie Jessel for helping me out this evening and wish him good luck on his personal appearance in Detroit next week.
Say, Jack.
What?
Did you hear Fred Allen's program Wednesday night?
No, but whatever he said, I didn't do it. And the idea of accusing me of stealing everything out of the Waldorf Astoria.
I thought you didn't hear him.
Well, I could. Oh, good night, folks.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program coming to you from Toronto, Ontario, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest conductor, Alan McIver, and his all-Canadian orchestra. Ladies, how often does your husband make with this theme song? I want what I want when I want it. Yes, sir, that's a man for you, especially when it's time for breakfast. He wants breakfast there when he wants it. And does he know what he wants for breakfast? Well, just try him and see. Just hand him a bowl full of delicious, crisp, tempting, moldy-rich grape nut flakes. Then watch what happens. One taste of that grand grape nut flavor and that I want frown becomes a happy grin. And that grin will stay on because nourishing grape nut flakes stick to the ribs. They help keep you going until lunchtime, for they're a whole grain cereal chock full of health-building whole grain food values. So try old Doc Wilson's recipe for a happy home and serve grape nut flakes at breakfast. America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. Gentlemen, for the first time in our broadcasting history, our program this evening originates outside the borders of the United States.
Yes, sir, we're in Toronto, Canada.
Canada! stretching 3,000 miles from Nova Scotia in the east to Vancouver Island in the distant Pacific.
It's big, all right.
Canada, famous for its farming, its lumbering, its mining, and its fur trapping.
Yep, everything from grizzly bear to skunk.
Which brings us to our master of ceremonies, Jack Faye.
And I had to help him out on that. Hello again. This is Jack Benny, the grizzly bear, talking. I've got too much hair tonic on me to be that other animal, you know. And Don, this is sure a thrill broadcasting from the Dominion of Canada. Look at those uniforms out in the audience. Men from the Royal Canadian Navy, the Canadian Active Army, the Royal Canadian Air Force.
And don't forget the Royal Norwegian Air Force.
Yes, sir. They've all turned out. And I love the people up here in Toronto, Don. They're so friendly, and they go out of their way to make you comfortable.
What do you mean?
Well, for instance, when I arrived in town, it was snowing. So they dug an underground tunnel from the Union Station to the Royal York Hotel just for me. Now, that's real consideration.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. That tunnel connecting the Union Station and the Royal York Hotel has been there for years.
It has? Gee.
Of course, everybody knows that.
Oh, my goodness. Then I better rush over there right away.
What's the matter, Jack?
Oh, I've got to take down that sign I put up.
What sign?
Jack Benny Tunnel, admission 10 cents. Gee, people here will think I'm awful, you know?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about it. By the way, Jack, are you stopping at the Royal York?
Yes, Dennis and I, and Dennis is a ranger, and my riders, and their riders, and a man named McTavish from Winnipeg, who's in the grain business. We're sharing a lovely room. It has twin beds, of course.
Oh, I see. Does your room overlook Lake Ontario?
I don't know. McTavish always hangs his kilt across the window. A nice chap, though, you know. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benning, on behalf of the English-speaking population of Canada, I'd like to welcome you to Toronto and present you with this genuine Canadian quarter.
A Canadian quarter? Well, thank you. What's that for?
We want you to spend something while you're up here.
Well, just for that, I'm going to spend that quarter. McTavish and I are going out to dinner. What's left over, we'll split a cigar. Yes, sirree. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Hello. Well, Mary, are you having fun on our little visit to Canada?
I'll say. And what a beautiful city Toronto is. You know, Jack, yesterday I got on a streetcar and went over to visit my cousin.
Oh, do you have a cousin living here in Canada?
Yeah, Vancouver.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. You can't take a streetcar from Toronto to Vancouver.
That's his name, Vancouver Livingston.
Oh. Well, Mary, we certainly covered a lot of ground in 1 week, haven't we? Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal.
You said it. And say, Jack, in Montreal I stayed at the Windsor Hotel, and I slept in the same room that Mrs. Roosevelt had a few days before.
The same room Mrs. Roosevelt had? How do you know?
Well, in the middle of the night, the phone rang. I said, hello.
Yes.
And a voice said, I'm back from North Africa. Where are you?
Well, it must have been Mrs. Roosevelt's room, all right. Huh?
Speaking of Montreal, Mary, isn't that a romantic old city? What food they have?
To Wilson, a bowl of onion soup is romance.
Mary, but you're... But you're right, Don. The food in Montreal is terrific, especially in those little French restaurants.
You ought to stay out of those little French restaurants until you learn to speak the language.
What are you talking about? I parle Francois Trey Bonny. And incidentally, Mary, you should have had some of those escargots I ordered. Yum, yum.
Well, I don't like snails.
Snails? Yikes! Holy smoke, I ate 3 orders of snails.
No wonder you've been walking so slow the last few days.
No, quiet. I can't understand making such a silly mistake. Why, in Waukegan High School, French was my best subject. In fact, we... Come in?
Monsieur Benet?
Oui?
Au nom de la population canadienne-française du Canada, je désire vous souhaiter une cordiale bienvenue à notre beau pays.
Oui, oui. Oui?
What's he saying, Jack?
Well, nothing about snails has come up. That I know. Procedez-vous, Mansour. Procedez-vous.
Nous pensons que vos remarques sont vraiment drôles.
Oui, oui. Continuez.
Et nous apprécions à juste titre votre habileté artistique et espérons bien que votre séjour au Canada sera des plus agréables. Bonsoir.
Well, now that was really sweet, really. I mean, sorry he got away. Sorry he got away so fast. I would love to have parlayed with him longer, you know?
Well, tell us, Jack, what did he say?
What did he say? He said that, he implied, that is, he more or less suggested, look, he's gone, we had a nice chat, now let's forget it. My goodness. Well, Dennis Say. Hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, Dennis, I haven't seen you since we left Ottawa. You have a good time there?
Yeah, it was wonderful, and I was sure thrilled when we met the king.
The king? The king?
Yeah, King Mackenzie.
That's Mackenzie King. Listen, that's Mackenzie. That's Mackenzie King. He's the Prime Minister.
Oh.
And I enjoyed meeting him, too.
You know, Mr. Benny, these Canadian people sure are generous. They really overdo it.
What do you mean, overdo it?
Well, I gave the girl at the cashier's desk a $10 bill, and she gave me $11 change. She must be nuts about me.
Listen, Dennis, she gave you the right change. You see, $10 American for 11 Canadian is international monetary stabilization and is determined through equitable negotiations on the part of the Canadian and American fiscal policy authorities.
You better lay off those snails, brother.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Now, Dennis, in the first
No,
place...
Jack, stop wasting your breath. Dennis will never get that stuff through his head.
Barry's right. Dennis is too confused to understand such a complicated subject.
Now, wait a minute. Let's be fair about this. Dennis may be a little confused, but he's not dumb. He's not stupid.
Talk is cheap. Let's see you prove it.
Well, there's no use waiting. I'll have to keep that kid in the trunk. Never mind, Dennis. Let's have your song and do a good job. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Unnskyld, Mr. Benny. Får jeg lov å forstyrre dem i programmet et øyeblikk?
Oui, oui, monsieur.
Jack,
What?
Jack, he's not French. He's a Norwegian flyer.
Oh, a Norwegian flyer. Oh, go ahead, sir.
På vegne av alle gutta i det norske flygevåpen som trener her i Canada og er i kamp overseas, vil jeg gjerne benytte anledningen til å si at vi synes de er meget morsom, og at vi liker dem meget bedre enn røyka laks.
Well, now, would you mind telling me what you said in English?
Mr. Benny, we Norwegians think you are very funny, and we like you much better than smoked white fish.
Well, that's very nice of you. Go ahead and sing then. Go ahead.
You'll be so nice to come home to. You'll be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'll be all that I could desire under
under an August moon burning above. You'll be so nice, you'll be paradise to come home to and
You'll be so nice to come home to, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was swell.
Thank you. And Mr. Benny, since today is your birthday, I'd like to dedicate that number to you.
Well.
That's right, Jack. Happy birthday.
Many happy returns of the day, old boy.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Gosh, another birthday.
No kidding, Mr. Benny. Were you really born on February 14th?
Yep, I was a Valentine baby. Cupid brought me instead of the stork.
Stork?
Huh?
A stork?
Yes.
There's something fishy there, but I'm only guessing.
Dennis, I mean Cupid brought me because I was born on Valentine's Day. But the stork brings everybody else.
Oh, you're a little wrong there, Jack. A crane brought me.
What's the difference? Stork, crane, they're both birds.
I mean a crane like in a shipyard.
Oh, you mean a hoist. Well, Don, you're an exception. You see, you were a very heavy baby. I understand your nurse had to jack you up to put your diapers on. Well, anyhow, getting back to me, here it is, another birthday.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
Well, I'll probably get plugged for this. But how old are you exactly?
Well, Dennis, let me put it this way. I'm as frisky as a boy of 10. I feel like sweet 16. And I don't look a day older than 25.
Now, just add those up and you got it.
Mary, I'm not 51. I'm in my late 30s. Or my early 40s.
You were in your early 40s and the gay 90s.
Never mind. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I wish I had a nickel for every time Lillian Russell slapped your face.
I said never mind. But maybe so bold. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to have you meet our guest conductor this week, Mr. Alan McIver from Montreal.
Thank you, everybody.
So your name is Alan McIver, eh? Alan. Do you mind if I call you Al?
Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. You see, I happen to know a fella named Alan, and just the mention of his name makes my hair stand on end.
Open your shirt and show him.
I mean the hair on my head. Well, sir, let's have your band number. What's it going to be?
I've prepared a special arrangement of Canadian capers.
Good.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but I enjoy your work in pictures very, very much.
You do? Well.
Yes, I saw you in George Washington's Left here, and you were wonderful.
Thank you.
Especially Ann Sheridan.
Everybody says that. Incidentally, Mr. McIver, I'm in a new picture now called The Meanest Man in the World. I suppose you'll see that.
Who else is in it?
Well, I have a swell role. You see, I play the part of a young lawyer who is a failure because he's so nice and sweet and kind.
Who else is in it?
And it isn't until I change my character and become the meanest man in the world that I achieve the prominence that I so justly deserve.
Who else is in it?
Priscilla Ray and Rochester. Who do you think is in it? Let's have your number. What a fan. Heaven's sake. All right, folks, Canadian paper.
Just a minute, Jack. Speaking of Canada, I've written a very clever message which involves various cities and towns in this Dominion.
Oh, who else is in it? I mean, you have, yes? What's the matter with me?
Yes, it goes something like this. When you come back from the lake, Louise, and when you arrive in port, Arthur...
Well, there's... There's two places already.
I want you both to Toronto, your neighborhood grocer, and ask him for a box of toasted brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes.
Toronto, that's not bad.
Now, if you arrive home and find that you've forgotten your grape nuts flakes, Quebec to the store immediately.
Quebec to the store.
Yes, because grape nuts flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package is America's fastest growing flake cereal. Believe me, folks, you ought to try some tomorrow.
Don, that was wonderful. I'm sure you've given the people hella facts about our product. I bet Ruby Stevens hated that one. And now, Mr. McIver, I think you can play. Who's that? Come in? Well, it's the Canadian girl, the French-Canadian soldier, and the Norwegian flyer. What's this for?
Happy birthday, Mr. Benny, and may you have many more of them.
Thank you.
Vous souhaitez une bonne fête, Monsieur Benny. Espérant que vous en aurez beaucoup d'autres.
Merci beaucoup.
Tillit med födelsedagen. Jag hoppas vi vill uppleva många fler av dem.
Mangatalk. Play, McIver. Gee, a birthday in 3 languages. Ain't I something? That was Canadian Capers, played by Al McIver and his orchestra. And Al, that was very, very good and quite apropos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since we are in the Dominion of Canada, for our special attraction this evening,
Mary Livingston will read a poem.
Mary Livingston will... Nothing doing, Mary. The poem is out.
You let me read my poem, or I'll tell everybody that you think the tunnel from the Union Station Hotel was dug especially for you.
They know that already.
Then I'll tell them that you're charging a dime to walk through it.
They know that, too.
Do they know you're letting people go through piggyback for 15 cents?
How'd you go through all of that without fluffing a line?
I don't know, Jack.
The special rate. That was wonderful. You're very good. Listen. All right, let's have your poem. What's the title of it?
Here's to Canada. It's Army, Navy, Air Force, Merchant Marine, Ferry Command, and the FIMTA.
The FIMTA? What's that?
The fellow I met this afternoon.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Greetings from Don and Dennis and me, and Jack with eyes of blue.
They have been compared to Lake Ontario through McTavish's kill. Go ahead, Miss Susan. Go ahead.
Oh, Canada, you are so mighty. Your snow-capped mountains are so whitey.
Whitey?
Your air is cold, your wind is bitey. That's why I wear a flannel nightie.
Hey. Me too.
Oh, Canada, where seals do play, way up north in Hudson Bay. The Eskimos, they live in igloos and keep their pigs in little pigloos.
Mary, they don't have pigs up there. They eat blubber.
The Eskimos, they live on blubber. It looks like steak, but tastes like rubber.
Well.
The nights up there last half a year. So if you walk in your sleep, take a sandwich and beer.
That's right. That's right. A little midnight snack around the middle of December would be good. Is that all? Is that all, Mary?
No, one more verse.
Okay.
So here's to the land of the maple leaf, our neighbor good and true. Our visit has been wonderful. So thanks. Merci beaucoup.
Very, very good. Very good. Well, Mary, that was a swell poem and a beautiful thought, and I'm sure that goes for all of us. Now, fellas, before I forget it, excuse me, Ben?
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm an Eskimo, and I have a message for you.
Well, a bald-headed Eskimo. He must have a small entrance to his igloo. What's the message, sir?
On behalf of the Eskimos of Canada, Glub, Ugg, Rickajack, Belwa, Zoc, Powie.
What does that mean?
How do I know? I'm a bellboy at the hotel.
How did Bill Morrow get a job as a bellboy? That's right, the Eskimo didn't show up. Now, fellas, as I started to say, tomorrow night when we do our show, I want you all to be ready by 7 o'clock because immediately afterwards we have to take the train for Chicago. That is, you'll be in Chicago and I'll stay in Waukegan. Meanwhile, now who can that be? Hello?
Bonsoir, monsieur. C'est moi, Rochester.
Rochester? Why, Rochester, where did you learn to speak French?
Montreal mama done told me.
Oh. Well, what do you want, Rochester? What did you call me about?
Well, I'm down here in the tunnel, boy.
In the tunnel?
Yeah, train just came in from Ottawa. Shall I lower the toll gate?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Rochester. That isn't my tunnel anymore. People can walk through without paying.
This is a fine time to tell me a stockman just knocked me cold with a bagpipe.
What?
That Loch Norman really packed a wallop.
Well, it was all my fault. There's only one thing to do, and that's give the people back their money. Now, how many dimes did you collect?
Only 3, boy.
Only 3?
2 from a newly married couple who didn't want to stop to argue.
Yes?
And 1 from a bald-headed Eskimo.
Well, the Eskimo's here, and I'll take care of him. See you later, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Okay, Rochester, I hope you sent my trunk to the right town. Last week, you sent it to Toledo instead of Toronto.
Don't worry, boss. It's all packing on its way to Weehawken.
Weehawken?
Maybe it should be Skowhegan.
It's Waukegan. I told you to send the trunk to Waukegan, Illinois. Now, look, get in touch with Weehawken, and then get in touch with Skowhegan, and have them send the trunk to Waukegan.
You better put an Indian on that, boss. How they come from far, those names.
You'll do it yourself. Now, Rochester, that trunk isn't in Waukegan. I mean Skowhegan. I mean Waukegan. When I arrive, this will be your finish. Now, remember when I...
Friends, never has it been so important as it is today for you to choose the right foods in feeding your family. Because America's health and America's victory depends on your thoughtful food buying. That's why our government nutrition authorities urge you to buy more whole grain cereals and serve them oftener. Whole grain cereals are plentiful and economical, and they provide nutritional values we all need, including protective minerals and vitamins. Iron, calcium, phosphorus, proteins, niacin, vitamin B1. You get all those food values in whole grain cereal served with milk. So you see, there's a valuable and thrifty way to help balance other food shortages. Now, your choice may not be grape nut flakes, but if it is, it's a wise choice and a delicious one. For in Grape Nut Flakes, you get a whole grain cereal with a distinctive malty-rich flavor and a crisp, toasty brown texture. But whether you choose Grape Nut Flakes or not, do serve your family more whole grain cereals. Remember, they're plentiful, they're nourishing, they're thrifty.
That was the last number of the 20th program in the new Grape Nut Flake series. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night, broadcasting for servicemen in Chicago, Illinois. And I want to say that we have had a marvelous time here in Canada. I'd like to thank the Governor General, Prime Minister Mackenzie King, and all the people of Canada for their splendid hospitality. And also, I would like to wish success to the Canadian food industry's special war-saving stamp drive, which is now taking place. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Meyer and Ed Beloy.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents transcribed the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Surprise parties are a lot of fun, but a little difficult to arrange. Some come off as planned, and others don't. Tonight, Alice plans one for Phil, which does come off, but not in the way she expected. More about that later. First, a word from RCA Victor. At last, you can have the advantage of a powerful radio, the conveniences of an electric clock, all in a clock radio no bigger than a clock. Now, RCA Victor brings you a completely new clock radio, the Personal. The new Personal combines a dependable RCA Victor radio with an accurate Telechron electric clock. And yet it's so small, you can actually hold it in one hand. This new RCA Victor Personal is versatile, too. It turns on a radio program automatically at any preset time. In the morning, for example, it can wake you to your favorite music show. If you doze off again, RCA Victor's new personal clock radio can remind you of the time, like this. Yes, 10 minutes after the radio automatically goes on, the Personal's alarm can buzz to make sure you don't oversleep. And this tiny new clock radio is as much at home in the living room as the bedroom. There are no controls on the front to mar its modern beauty. It's the ideal clock radio for you. And it will make the perfect gift for those special people on your Christmas list. It's priced as low as $39.95. The price is slightly higher in the far west and south. See and try RCA Victor's completely new personal clock radio at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last week was Phil's birthday. Alice had planned on having a party for him, but unfortunately at the time he was away on a business trip. So Alice has arranged a surprise party for Phil tonight.
Gee, Alice, I'm all excited about this party we're having for Curly tonight. You sure he doesn't know anything about it?
No, he doesn't suspect a thing, Elliot. By the way, did you stop at the liquor store and get the case of champagne I asked you to pick up?
Well, naturally. I stopped there this morning.
Is it good champagne?
It was delicious.
Now, look, before Phil comes down, I want to brief you again. The party starts at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I want you to get Phil out of the house
for the next couple of hours so he won't see the guests when they arrive in costume.
Okay, I'll take care of that. But tell me, why are you having a costume party?
I know, I like them. They're very colorful. I'm dressing as Madame Butterfly. And wait till you see the costume I rented for Phil.
I got him a Scotch Highlander's outfit with tam o' shanter and kilts.
Ooh, how excited! Kilts for old knobby knees.
Gee, I forgot about his knees. Oh, well, the bagpipe will hide them. And I have a surprise for you, Elliot. I rented you a costume, too. I rented you a darling Peter Pan suit. What do you say to that?
Put up your dukes. We're going to have this out right now. I'm not going to wear no Peter Pan suit. I thought you might come up with something like this, so I brought my own costume.
Oh? What kind of costume?
A sailor suit. It's my old uniform that I wore when I was in the Navy with Curly.
Well, you can wear that if you want, but Phil's going to wear kilts, and that's final.
May I ask one question? How are you going to get Curly to put on kilts without him suspecting something?
Oh, I'll think of some way.
Look, wouldn't it be simpler to get Curly into his old Navy uniform?
Well, I can always fall back on that. But first I'm going to try to get him into the kilts I rented. If we're subtle, I think maybe we...
Hey, Alice. Honey, where's my gray suit? I can't find it anyplace.
Well, you won't need it, Phil. I have wonderful news for you. Guess what?
What?
Your kilts just came back from the cleaner.
Well, it's about time they... Oh, this kid's been kicked by a Moscow mule. Hey, Elliot, come on. Let's get her out in the fresh air and walk her around the block a couple of times.
Curly, there's nothing wrong with her.
Well, then why is she trying to get me to put on kilts?
I don't know. Silliest thing I ever heard. Forget it. Come on, you and I go for a walk.
Okay, let's go.
Aren't you going to put on your sailor suit?
Oh, sure Elliot, why won't you let me take you to just one meeting? I never thought I'd see the day when I'd be the only sober one in the house. Why should I wear my old sailor suit?
I'm going to wear mine. Look, I got it with me.
Huh?
We have to wear our sailor suits because... Oh, yeah, tonight's the reunion of our old shipmates.
Well, why didn't you say so before?
I just thought of it. I just remembered it. We have to be at Sailor's Hall in an hour. It's all the way down at the Navy Yard, so we'd better put our suits on and get ready to leave.
I'm with you, matey. Let's go aft and get into our blues.
Yeah.
See you a little later, honey.
But don't be too long.
We'll be back before you can sing Glowworm.
Glow, little glowworm, clean little glowworm, glimmer. Now's the time to flash your news before you blow your little fuse.
Glow, little glowworm, fly a fire, glow like an incandescent wire. Glow for the female of the species, turn on the AC and the DC. This night could use a little brightening, right up you little old bug of lightning. When you gotta glow, you gotta glow. Glow, little glowworm, glow.
Glimmer, 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 glow and glimmer. May your little light never grow dimmer. Glow, little glowworm, glow and glimmer. Swim through the sea of night, little swimmer.
Thou aeronautical boll weevil,
Illuminate yon woods primeval. See how the shadows deepen, darken. You and your chick should get to sparkin'.
I got a guy that I love so.
Glow, little glowworm, glow. Glow, little glowworm, turn the key on. You are equipped with taillight neon. You got a cute best pocket Mazda, which you can make both slow or faster. I don't know who you took a shine to, or who you're out to make a sign to. I got a guy that I love so. Glow, little glowworm, full of the showworm. Glow, little glowworm, glow.
Curly, I got my sailor suit on. What's taking you so long?
I'm still buttoning. No wonder you got to serve a 3-year hitch in the Navy. Takes that long to button these pants. Hey, Elliot, on the square, though, man, sure feels good to be back in uniform, don't it?
Yeah. You look good, Curly.
Sure. So do you. But then we always were two of the cutest gobs to step off the poop deck.
Yeah, these uniforms certainly bring back memories. Remember some of our shore leaves?
Yeah.
Remember that night in San Diego?
San Diego?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was the night that we... Ouch.
Hey, you remember the time we got the weekend off and went to Long Beach? First we went to a cocktail party, then to the USO, then you got an idea and we crashed the officers' club. Then we went moonlight swimming and we spent the whole of the next day at the beach. You remember that weekend?
Only up to the cocktail party. That's remarkable. How do you remember the rest of our leave?
They told us about it at the court-martial.
Oh, man, we certainly lived it up in those days, didn't we?
Sailor, you really look cute in your uniform.
You ain't bad yourself, baby. I got a 6-hour pass, and maybe I could... Oh, Alice. Hey, honey. How do we look in our old Navy uniforms?
What time are you due back with the mothball fleet?
Landlubber.
Let's fire a shot across her bow.
Just a minute. Don't get into any beefs with her or she'll cancel her shore leave, mate. Remember, our shipmates are waiting. You may pipe me off the ship, Mr. Lewis.
Aye, aye, sir.
And away we go.
Wait a minute. Don't forget, I want you both back here at 8 o'clock.
What day?
Tonight. Elliot, make sure you get him back here.
Okay.
Come on, Elliot. Let's get out of here fast.
Hey, you know, Curly, we still make a couple of good-looking sailors.
Sure we do. When we walk down the street in these uniforms, man, we're going to knock them dead.
Anybody home? I brung the grub. Well, and where are the little Sea Scouts off to today?
Look, kid, do you know why we're wearing these sailor suits?
Because your brownie uniforms are being laundered.
These ain't play suits. These are regular Navy uniforms.
You mean they drafted you guys? Ooh, they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel now.
We ain't been drafted. These are our old uniforms that we wore in the war. We were heroes.
You said it. All during the war, we were right in the thick of the battle.
Who are you kidding? I don't believe you guys have ever been to sea.
That's where you're wrong. Our ship was anchored 3 miles off the California shore, and night after night we stuck at our posts. We had very important jobs.
That's right. You know what we were?
Blackjack dealers on a gambling ship.
No.
Deckhands on a live bait barge?
Julius, it's very bad manners to make fun of your elders. Does your mother know that you're always knocking me?
Oh, no. Mom wouldn't approve of that. She likes you. As a matter of fact, she said when I grow up, she hopes I'll be just like you.
Well, that's nice, but it's practically impossible, kid. There's only one chance in a million.
I like them odds.
Look, kid, I ain't going to take that.
Curly, we ain't got time to stand here and argue with the kid. We got to get to our reunion.
Yeah, look, Julius, put the groceries in the kitchen and don't let my kids see you. They're eating. Come on, kid. And away we go.
There goes a nice guy. He's got all the charm of an egg-stained beard. And better put this stuff in the kitchen.
Oh, hello, Julius.
Hiya, Miss Faye. Why is Mr. Harris wearing a sailor suit?
Oh, I tricked him into putting that suit on because we're having a surprise costume party for him tonight.
You're having a party and I wasn't invited?
Oh, I'm sorry, Julius, but this is for grown-ups, and, well, you're too young.
That's what everybody tells me. I'm at an awkward age. I'm too young for adults' parties, and I'm too old for kids' parties. I don't get to go no place. I'm just a piece of flotsam adrift on the social sea. Maybe I should just submerge and drown me miserable.
All right. I'll invite you. I even have a costume for you. A lovely Peter Pan outfit.
Oh, bless you, Miss Faye. What time's the party?
8 o'clock. That's the time Mr. Lewis is bringing Mr. Harris back.
Hey, Elliot, we've been sitting in front of Sailor's Hall for 2 hours now. None of them guys have showed up. What happened?
I can't imagine.
Are you sure you got the right night?
That depends. What time is it?
Let's see. 10 to 8.
Wrong night. Let's go back to your house.
Not so bad. I don't get out of the house very often. Seems a shame to waste this sailor suit. There must be some place we can go.
I don't know. Alice wouldn't like your staying out on the wrong night.
She don't have to know it's a wrong night.
Curly, would you trick your wife? Would you deliberately tell her a falsehood just so you could have a night on the loose?
Well, yes.
Curly, that's a selfish attitude. I don't think it's proper for a married man to leave his wife alone all evening. After all, when you entered into the bonds of matrimony, you took upon yourself a responsibility that cannot be shirked. Now take my hand, son, and I shall lead you home to that little woman who sits and waits.
Oh, I got to put this kid on a rack. He needs a lube job. Look, Elliot, maybe it isn't the wrong night. Maybe you made a mistake at the meeting place. Maybe the guys are waiting someplace else in the Navy Yard. Let's ask somebody. There must be some... Hey, wait a minute. There's a guy in a Navy uniform. I'll ask him.
Curly, he's a commander.
Well, he might know something anyway. Hey, Bud, come in.
Are you addressing me, sailor?
Ain't nobody with you. Look, Buster, I just want to ask you a question.
When you're talking to a superior officer, stand at attention and salute.
Look, Mac, I'm 100 years old. I ain't no time to play no games with you.
Do you realize whom you're talking to? I'm a commander.
Well, bully for you. Isn't that nice, Elliot?
Certainly is. I'm always glad to see a clean-cut young fella like this get ahead.
Me too. And if you polish the right brass commando, you're gonna have...
You two step forward. I want to get a good look at you so I can... Oh, I got to talk to the draft board. They're sending us wrinkled ones now.
That's a nasty type remark. I don't have to...
Hey! What ship are you from?
The SS Lollipop.
Might as well humor him, Curly.
Yeah,
He insists on playing.
Yeah, let him roll.
How did you two ever get into the Navy? You're a disgrace to those uniforms.
What uniform? Oh, these sailor suits? Oh, I forgot we were wearing them. Hey, I'm sorry, sir. You see, it's a misunderstanding, you see. We're not in the Navy.
You're not in the Navy, and you're wearing uniforms?
Yeah.
Shore Patrol! Shore Patrol! Arrest these spies!
Wait a minute. We're not spies. Look, we're just wearing these uniforms because we're going to a reunion of our old shipmates. Isn't that right, Elliot?
No.
Then why are you wearing them?
I can't tell you. I've been sworn to secrecy.
That's all I wanted to know. Take them away, men.
Hey, look, Commander, you can't keep us in a brig like this. I tell you, we're not spies.
All I know is you were hanging around the Navy Yard wearing a uniform. Why?
Elliot, will you tell him why and stop saying it's a secret?
All right, I'll tell him.
Thank goodness. It's about time. Commander, he's ready to talk.
Very well. Why is this man wearing a sailor uniform?
Because he's too knock-kneed to wear his kilts.
Elliot, this is no time for bad jokes. This guy thinks we're spies for a foreign power. Please tell him why we're wearing these uniforms.
I can't, Curly. I'm sworn to secrecy on account of the party.
The party? You mean you two are
No,
members?
we ain't. I'm a loyal American citizen, and so is... You got your second papers yet, Elliot?
Yeah.
And so is he. Now, look, Commander, I'm not a spy. I'm Phil Harris. Just call my wife, Alice Faye, and she'll come down and identify me.
You're married to Alice Faye? Well, if you can prove that, it might make a difference. I'll call her and get her down
Now,
here.
don't call his wife. That'll spoil everything. Curly will see her dressed in...
Will you keep quiet? Don't you realize that when Alice gets here, she'll get us out of here?
But, Curly, I don't want Alice to get us out. It'll give away the whole...
Easy,
thing.
boy.
Easy.
No. Easy. You're getting stir-crazy. All right. You better soothe your frayed little nerves with a song, would you? And I sing with delight as I spend most the night 'neath that billowy ocean with you. Last night I dreamed that I was down in the bottom of the sea, down in that salty water. And I met a maiden fair who had a cottage there. Of course, she didn't have it in her own name, but anyway, we had it. And she had a tale of a fish for a train, but whoa, how that gal could entertain. And what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in the bottom of the sea. I lost all my troubles in amongst the bubbles, while she was just as sweet as she could be. And every night when the starfish came out, I hugged and kissed her so. Oh, what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in her seaweed bungalow. Low down in her seaweed bungalow. Wow, what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in the bottom of the sea. I lost all my morals in amongst the corals, that Minnie made a sucker out of me. And every night when the starfish came out, I hugged and kissed her so. Whoa, what a time I had with Minnie, the mermaid, down in her seaweed bungalow. Low down in her seaweed bungalow. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware.
Party, Miss Faye. I like all the historical costumes. Caesar, Napoleon, Josephine.
I'll bet Mr. Harris will be surprised when he walks in and sees all these peculiar characters.
Are you kidding? These are tame compared to some of the things he sees in his Saturday night snake pit.
Do you think he'll recognize me in this Madame Butterfly costume?
Never. With that black wig and the makeup, you look just like a Japanese girl.
I wonder where Phil and Elliot are. It's almost 9 o'clock. Maybe that's them now. Hello? Yes, this is Mrs. Harris. You've got them where? In the brig. Oh, no. I'll be right down. Julius, I want you to drive me down to the Navy Yard.
Yeah, but Miss Faye, we're in costumes. I got me Peter Pan suit
We don't
on.
have time to change. Come on, let's get down there.
Hey, Commander, look, when are you going to let us out of this brig?
As soon as your wife gets here and identifies you, she's on her way down.
Curly, you shouldn't have had them call Alice down here. It'll spoil everything. I hope when she gets here, she isn't dressed.
What kind of a crack is that?
I didn't mean mean that? Oh, well, you'll find out what I mean when Alice gets here.
I can't wait.
Neither can I. She was such a pretty thing when she was in pictures. I wonder...
Pardon me, Commander. May I see you privately, please?
Yes, of course. What is it, Seaman?
Alice Faye is outside.
She is? Tell me. What does she look like?
Best-looking Japanese girl I ever saw.
Japanese? I could have sworn when she was in pictures she was... Oh, well, it was so long ago I could be wrong. Send her in. Harris, your wife is on her way in.
Well, thank goodness. Now we can get out of here.
I got here as fast as I could.
Well, it's about time you got here. Who's the geisha girl?
You recognize me? I'm your wife.
You ain't my wife. I never saw you. Elliot. When we were in the Navy, did we have shore leave in Japan?
Not that I remember. Of course, your band once appeared on the same bill with a Japanese tumbling act.
No. Look, lady, I don't know who you are, but you ain't my wife.
I didn't think she was Alice Faye.
But I am Alice Faye. I'm married to this man, and I'm taking him home with me. Come on, Phil.
Get away from me, Tokyo Rose. I'm in enough trouble.
I'm not Tokyo Rose.
Then why are you wearing that Japanese dress?
I'm Madame Butterfly.
I thought you said you were Alice Faye.
I usually am, but tonight I'm Madame Butterfly.
Oh, and I suppose tomorrow night you'll be Peter Pan.
Of course not. Peter Pan is outside in the car. He drove me over.
Oh, somebody's been spiking her sukiyaki.
Now, let me get this straight. You're Madame Butterfly, and Peter Pan drove you down. Now, tell me, where is Napoleon?
He's at home waiting for us to come back.
Is Josephine with him?
Yes, so is Caesar, Bluebeard, and General Grant.
Oh, she's a ripe one.
Curly, there's something you ought to know.
Will you tell me later? I want to see what they're going to do with this Oriental cashew.
Madam, please sit down right here and relax. Guard, grab her.
Don't you dare touch me. Let me go. I tell you, I'm Alice Faye. You can't do this to me. You can't.
Look, Elliot. Huh? Why didn't Alice tell me that she was going to have this party for me instead of going through that whole thing down at the brig?
She wanted to surprise you, Curly. That's why I couldn't tell you either. Certainly is a nice party. Too bad Alice can't be here to enjoy it.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll tell her all about it when they let her out of the observation ward in the morning. Now then, shall we have another go at the punch bowl? And away we go.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. The biggest stars in show business want to visit you. The time, any day you choose. The place, your own living room on television. And you can see them best on big picture RCA Victor television, like the 21-inch Brookfield console. Here's a big reason. The handsome Brookfield, like all RCA Victor television, has the magic monitor. This exclusive system of electronic circuits acts like an engineer inside the set. It screens out static automatically, steps up power automatically, and automatically ties the best sound to the clearest picture. You'll also find the contemporary style Brookfield blends perfectly with your decorating scheme. See the 21-inch console at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow. It's in RCA Victor's new line of quality television. Prices start as low as $199.95. Remember, every year more people buy RCA Victor than any other television.
This is Phil again. Every American is urged to participate at once in the Armed Forces Blood Donor Program. Our soldiers in Korea are giving their blood to save the lives of their wounded buddies. Can we at home do less? Call your local Red Cross headquarters and make an appointment to give a pint of your blood to save a life. Thanks, everyone, and good night.
Good night, everybody.
Included in this program transcribed was Jack Mather. The part of Julius was played by Walter Tetley.
Say, honey, do you think there's anything to that talk about trips to the moon? I mean, the first thing you know, they'll be selling real estate up there.
Sure, but who'd want to live on the moon? No television.
What do you mean, no television? If there's a picture in the air, RCA Victor Television will pick it up.
Yes, but you know, Phil, television reception may vary from city to city, from block to block, and even from one side of the room to the other. Who'd install it? Who'd adjust and service it way up there?
Well, that's simple, Alice. You make sure that you've got an RCA Victor factory service contract.
Tonight, hear Theater Guild on the Air over NBC.
C-O-L-G-A-T-E, Colgate presents Bill Stern.
With the Colgate Shave Cream Sports Newsreel.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on the air. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, with stories rare. Take his advice and you'll look keen. You'll get a shave that's smooth and clean. You'll be a Colgate brushless fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Stern broadcasting from Hollywood, California tonight. And our guest here in Hollywood is one of America's most famous radio stars, Jack Benny. But first, real one. He's been a champ longer than any man in sports history. So let's salute the great king of the billiard cue, Willie Hoppe.
Okay, Bill, and here's the way Willie Hoppe salutes Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. He writes, I'm a Colgate Brushless booster from way back. Why, I just wouldn't feel in form if I didn't have Colgate Brushless to keep my somewhat tender face from being irritated. No kidding, Bill. Colgate Brushless lets me shave smooth as a cue ball, but leaves my face feeling refreshed. I guess that's because it doesn't dry out on my skin. Signed, Willie Hoppe.
Now, isn't that a sweet picture of a shave with Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions? A light, fluffy cream that keeps moist clear through your shave. Takes the fight out of wiry whiskers so your razor can shear them off close and clean. You can chalk up no snag, no pull, no after irritation to this great brushless shave cream. And because it's not gummy or greasy, it rinses off your face and your razor in a flash. What's more, if Colgate Brushless doesn't convince you completely, just send the top of the carton to me, Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey, and I'll see that you get double your money back. Save money. Buy the big 9-ounce economy-sized jar tonight. Reel 2. Colgate's camera close-up of Jack Benny. Tonight we're broadcasting from Hollywood, and he's one of the most famous stars in Hollywood. His radio program on Sunday evenings is one of America's most famous radio shows, and here he is in person, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Bill, I want to thank you for inviting me on your program.
Well, you're welcome, Jack. But why did you have to why did you want to be on my program?
Well, it was a natural thing, Bill. You see, I've always been very active in sports.
You?
Certainly. Football, baseball, boxing, tennis, basketball, track, all those things. Of course, as much as I enjoy them, I've had to give them up. I'm almost 37, you know.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm 37. Look at me.
Well, maybe you didn't take care of yourself.
Maybe, but getting back to sports, have you given up all forms of sports, Jack?
Well, no, Bill, not everything. There's still one sport I indulge in quite frequently.
Really? What is it?
Well, I like to stand on the corner of Sunset and Vine and go...
Jack, that's not bad. Have you picked up anything?
Yes, 2 poodles, 3 St. Bernards, and a traffic cop. But seriously, Bill, I do swim a little. You know, I have a pool in my backyard.
Well, in this weather, who hasn't?
Anyway,
Jack.
Been here a few days.
I know you're still interested in sports, because a few weeks ago you had Joe Lewis on your program.
Yes, Bill, I did have Lewis on my show, and he gave me some pointers on boxing.
Yes, Joe told me about that. He also mentioned that you had beautiful muscles.
Well, yes, I hate to say so, but I have.
Come here, Jack. Let me feel those muscles.
Well, I wish you'd let me know earlier. I would have worn them to the broadcast.
Well, next time I'll call you beforehand. You know, Jack, we've been kidding around, but I want you to know that I've talked to a lot of servicemen who've come back from overseas, They all tell me what a wonderful job you did entertaining our troops.
Thanks, Bill. And as we come to the close of this year, the first peacetime New Year in 5 years, I, like everyone else, of course, am thankful for the victory and the peace. I'm also grateful that I was one of those asked to serve in the field of entertainment during the war. I know the theatrical world will always be ready, but I hope it won't be necessary again.
You're so right, Jack Benny. But don't go away, Jack. I want you back later in this program. And ladies and gentlemen, that speech by Jack Benny reminds me that this year is coming to a close. So tonight, let's look back and review the outstanding sports stories of this year. Memories of stories that made this year's sports history. Let's begin with the profile of Jack Chevney. Jack Chevney was one of the greatest football players to ever play for Notre Dame. But after graduation, Jack Chevney left Notre Dame to become the head football coach at the University of Texas. And at Texas, Jack Chevney coached a Texas team that beat his former alma mater, Notre Dame. They even gave Jack Chevney a gold fountain pen that bore an inscription which read, "Presented to Jack Chevney, a Notre Dame man who beat Notre Dame." When this war broke out, Jack Chevney joined the Marines. And as a Marine in this war, he gave his life at Iwo Jima when a Japanese bullet killed him. But the end of this story took place this year aboard the USS Missouri, when the Japanese officials came aboard to sign the official surrender document ending this war. For just as the Japanese official was about to sign Japan's surrender, someone noticed the fountain pen that this Japanese official was using. That fountain pen was Jack Chevney's gold fountain pen, stolen from his dead body at Iwo Jima, and it still bore the inscription, "To Jack Chevney, a Notre Dame man who beat Notre Dame." That was one great sports memory of 1945, but there were others. Do you remember the story we called The Portrait of a Boxing Team? This was the story of a boxing team, a great boxing team. They were champions, except that they were dirty fighters. They fought dirty. They used foul tactics, anything to win a fight. In fact, they became so dirty that in one fight, they killed a man. And then they were charged with murder. But on the day that they were found guilty, the judge allowed them to go free. This was because of political influence, for you see, this all happened back in Germany. And those dirty prize fighters were the first Nazi party, headed by Adolf Hitler. But there were other great memories of sports events that reached the climax this past year. For instance, do you remember the profile of a Frenchman? This was the story of a Frenchman who gave one of the world's most lavish dinner parties. This huge dinner party cost this Frenchman over $100,000. And the guest of honor at this Frenchman's dinner party was a horse named Avion, a great racehorse that this Frenchman had just bought. Maybe you'd like to know who this Frenchman was. He was the former dictator of France, Pierre Laval. Pierre Laval, who was killed this past year, killed as a traitor to France. And after he was killed, they carted his body away to the burial grounds. And the horse that pulled his body to his grave was the very same horse for which he'd once given the world's most expensive dinner party. Now the memories of this year's sports stories are coming back. Memories that on this last broadcast of this year we must remember, such as The Portrait of a Love Story. This was the story of a girl named Lisa and a boy named Joseph. They lived in Vienna, and they were very, very much in love. Joseph was a soccer player, a good soccer player, and Lisa began to go with him to the soccer games. She became the official scorer of his Viennese soccer team. The years passed after that, and Adolf Hitler came into power. It was then that Lisa was ordered arrested. But all they found on her was a notebook A notebook which she said was filled with official soccer scores. And because she was the official soccer scorer, the Germans let her go to bring her notebook back to the Allies. For in that notebook, there weren't really soccer scores. No, those figures were the formula which gave the United States the atomic bomb. We've just about finished reviewing the best sports memories that took place in this passing year, but we must not forget a story that we call The Profile of a Rivalry. This was the story of a rivalry between two men. One was nicknamed Ben, the other was nicknamed Matty. These two were rivals in skiing, in racing, in boxing. Always it was Matty who beat Ben. This infuriated Ben so much that he vowed that somehow he'd get Matty, and he did get him. But one day, Ben caused Matty to lose his life. For Ben had Matty murdered. However, when Matty died, Matty's son swore that someday he'd avenge his father's death. And this year, he did. For he killed Ben, just as Ben had killed his father. And so this year saw the end of a rivalry between these two men. A rivalry that began in sports and ended in the death for both men. Maybe you'd like to know who these two men were. Matty was the famous Italian socialist leader, Giacomo Matteotti, while Ben was the dictator of Italy, Benito Mussolini. It was Mussolini who murdered Matteotti, only in turn to be murdered by Matteotti's son. We've reviewed the great sports memories of this passing year on this last program of this year, but there's one more story, a story we call The Portrait of a Sportsman. This was the story of an athlete. He played baseball, he played football, he rode horseback, he was a great swimmer, he loved sports, and then at the very peak of his career, he was struck down. He became paralyzed. But he refused to quit. And he finally came back. He came back to become the President of the United States. For his name was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He didn't become a champion in any sport. Yet he was the greatest champion that sports have ever had. And this year when he died, I couldn't help remembering a simple inscription that's over the Arlington Military Cemetery, where America's war heroes are buried. And I think this inscription meant for them applies equally well to him, for it says, "Sleep well, soldier. You are not forgotten." Profile of this passing year. Reel 3. A great star will be back in a moment, Mr. Jack Benny. But first...
You don't have to wonder why we call Colgate Brushless the shave cream of champions. I'll tell you. It's the chosen shave cream of famous champs in all branches of sport. And second, it gives champion shaving performance, especially to you men with tough beards and sensitive skin. It stays moist and active, clear to the end. It tames those tough whiskers, makes them act like fuzz. So if you're looking for smooth, close, clean shaving with no after irritation, then, brother, you'll find it in Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. Ask for Colgate Brushless shave cream in the big 9-ounce jar tonight. Now back to Bill Stern.
Reel 4. Colgate's Candid Camera catches the story behind the story. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's story behind the story, here again is one of America's most famous radio stars, Jack Benny.
Bill, I think with the new year coming, there's one story you forgot. And it's a New Year's story. It's the story of a youngster named Robert Burns who came to live with an elderly man in Scotland. These two became great friends, for the elderly man had once been the bare-knuckle boxing champion of Scotland. And young Robert Burns wanted to be a boxer. But one New Year's Eve, the older man was burned to death in a tragic fire. Young Robert Burns was heartbroken over the loss of his old friend, the prize fighter, and with no one left to teach him boxing, Robert Burns gave it up and became a writer. One of the first things he wrote was a poem that's been set to music. This poem has become the most famous New Year's Eve poem ever written. And it was written in honor of his old friend, the prize fighter, who died on New Year's Eve. For now you know why Robert Burns wrote, "Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind,
should old acquaintance be forgot, and days of old lang syne.
Thank you, Jack Benny. And that's the 3-0 mark for tonight. We've been broadcasting tonight from Hollywood, California. Next Friday night at the usual time, we'll again be broadcasting from Hollywood. And our guests here in Hollywood next week will be two of the most famous comedians in the world, Abbott and Costello. So be sure and be with the same time, same stations, next Friday evening, when we present as our guests two of Hollywood's biggest stars, Abbott and Costello. See you then. Until then, I'll be seeing you on the screen in the News of the Day newsreel at your favorite Lowe's or Associated Theaters. Now, until the same time next Friday night, this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night from Hollywood.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on his way. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, had lots to say. He told you tales of sport heroes, the inside dope he really knows. So listen in next Friday night. Colgate.
Jack Benny appeared on this program tonight, courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This program originated in Hollywood, California. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
With his special guest, Jack Benny.
Come on down to Blue Ribbon Town, where you'll down your daily fare.
With Jack Benny visiting us, there's plenty of excitement in Blue Ribbon Town tonight. Ready and eager to greet their famous guests are Faye McKenzie, Bill Days, Leo Gorsey, Robert R. Brewster and his Blue Ribbon Blenders, yours truly, Ken Niles, and the leading citizen of Blue Ribbon Town, our happy host of hilarious hijinks, Groucho Marx.
Gosh, Faye, this is certainly a red letter day in Blue Ribbon Town with Jack Benny coming to visit us.
Certainly is, Bill.
Say, Groucho, you never did tell us what your visit to Jack Benny last Sunday was like.
I had a wonderful time, and his rates weren't too high either.
Oh, Mr. Marx, you don't really mean that Jack Benny charged you.
I don't know, Bill, but that was the first time I ever sat in a rocking chair with a meter on it. But I must say, the dinner Jack prepared was very nice. He had a beautiful golden brown turkey on the table.
Say, that was very generous of Jack.
Yes, it was. A very unusual turkey, too.
What do you mean?
It was the first turkey I ever ate made out of grape nut flakes.
Was the stuffing good?
Yes, it was. If you like more grape nut flakes.
Well, did you meet Phil Harris? I think he's awfully cute.
Yes, he is. Cute and ignorant. You should have heard what he told me when I asked him if he liked the songs of Rimsky-Korsakov.
Why? What did he say?
He thought they were a great team and wanted to know which one did the lyrics, Rimsky or Korsakov. And when I asked him about Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker Suite, he wanted to know what hotel it was in. Well, everybody knows it's the ambassador. Hey, Marcy, is our extinguished guest here yet? Well, everybody's entitled to one mistake, and here's Mother Nature's. Leo Gorsey.
Hey, Marcy, I just heard you talking about Phil Harris. You know, he's an old schoolmate of mine. Gee, I ain't seen Phil since we was in the 5th grade together.
You ain't?
No, just think. 2 whole years has fled by. Say, Marcy, did you enjoy yourself at Jack Benny's house last Sunday?
Yes, I did, Gorsey, but I'm always glad to be back here in Blue Ribbon Town with my own happy little family.
You're right, Groucho. We are one happy little family. I like you so much, Groucho.
And I like you, Faye.
And I like you too, Mr. Mark.
And I like you, Bill.
And Marcy, I like you likewise.
And Gorsey, I like you lengthwise. But really, kids, I am fond of you. Ah, my happy little family. I feel like taking you all in my arms. You, Bill, and you, Gorsey, and you, Faye. Hey, Bill, why don't you and Gorsey get out and make more room for Faye? Jack Benny's main reason for
coming up here is to get a complete vacation. He's mentally worn out from doing his radio show for so long.
I can understand that. Jack Benny's certainly been on the air a long time, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Why, Benny's been on the air so long, he can remember when John wasn't even married to his first wife.
What do you want us to do?
I don't want you to mention a single word about radio to Jack Benny, or to do anything that will even remind him of radio. You see, Benny has radioitis.
Oh, I get it. You mean he's allergic, huh?
Gorty, I bet you don't even know what allergic means.
Hey, certainly I do. Then he's allergic to radio like I'm allergic to jail.
Allergic to jail? I don't quite see the connection.
Well, every time I'm in jail, I break out.
Well, Faye, while Gorky's breaking out of jail, why don't you break into song?
I'd like to sing. I'll sing Suddenly It's Spring from the Paramount picture, Lady in the Dark. Why is my heart dancing? Imagine dancing. You look at me and suddenly it's spring. Why do I keep sighing? Not sad, just sighing. I'm young and free and suddenly it's spring. On a hilltop, love is calling. Someone should wish me happy falling. No more being lonely. Can I be lonely? You look at me and suddenly it's spring.
I'd like you to meet a man.
There goes Niles again, bringing another pat-pappy poet. Who is it this time, Niles?
Well, this is Simon the Swami. He's a crystal gazer and a very jovial person.
A jovial crystal gazer, eh?
Yes. How does he strike you?
I don't know how he strikes me, but I'd sure like to strike him.
You would? Why?
I've always wanted to strike a happy medium.
Silence! I'm Simon the Swami. My marvelous crystal can tell you if Mama is packing a pistol and whether the step you are planning to take will land on a pillow or poison a snake. But these days I work gazing carefully through our gun sights for errors. I find very few. And during my leisure, I comfortably peer into crystal clear glasses of blue ribbon beer.
All over America, when people sit down for an hour or two of comfortable leisure, they always seem to call for a glass of mellow, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Since 1844, we've brewed and sold some of the world's finest beers. And today, Pabst Blue Ribbon is the finest of all. Pabst, you know, is full flavor blended from 33 fine brews. And there's a whole century of brewing skill and knowledge in every delicious drop. Order it with confidence. Serve it with pride. For no matter where you go, there is no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well, I'm glad the kids are all left. I want Jack Benny to feel like he's really going to get a rest from radio. Oh, there's Benny now, pulling out in a taxi cab. I'll open the door for him.
But driver, 35 cents.
can't be over 7 miles from here to the station. Well, all right. Oh,
Hello, Groucho. Well, if it isn't Jack Benny, the last of the Waukegan. Come on, Jack, come into my house. Relax and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And, Jack, I want you to know that I told everybody in town that you're here for arrest and that they're not to mention anything about radio.
Thanks again, Groucho. I appreciate that. You know, Groucho, to me, you're just a friend. I've never regarded you as a radio comedian.
Don't look now, Jack, but you just lost a friend. Well, now that you're here, you may as well start relaxing. Just sit back in that easy chair there, and I'll get you a little snack I've prepared over there on the table.
Oh, good. I could eat a little something.
Here you are, a bowl of your favorite grape nut flakes.
Well, gee, thanks, Groucho. Wait a minute. You're supposed to pour cream over them, not Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
You take care of your sponsor, and I'll take care of mine.
Hey, Groucho, this is swell. It's the first time in years I've been able to have 2 minutes to myself without someone talking shop.
Jack, the word radio isn't ever going to be mentioned around here. Say, how about the music? I'll turn on the, yes? How'd you like to listen to the vacuum cleaner? Maybe I can pick up Stardust.
No, I'd rather just sit here and take it easy and talk about other things than, you know what.
Suits me.
Well, what would you like to talk about, Groucho?
Oh, anything you'd like to talk about, Jack.
Well, I'd like to talk about anything you'd like to talk about, Groucho.
Well, that settles it. We'll talk about women. Say, how are you and Gladys Zabisco? Are you still that way about each other?
Gladys?
Yeah.
No, we've, shall we say, fifth? Pardon me, I didn't mean to serve it.
Well, that's too bad, Jack. Oh, by the way, Gladys was a waitress, wasn't she?
Yeah. Gosh, I'm really broken up about it.
You really liked her, eh, Jack?
Yeah, I loved her. Gee, she was cute. Used to get a lot of tips, too.
Well, that is true love. Oh, well, that's enough about women. Say, there's a great trout stream near here, Jack. How about you and me doing a little fishing?
No, I just want to relax.
No fishing?
No fishing.
All right, and let's talk about women again. Say, Jack, remember that little dance that we both went for when we were in Vaudeville? What was her name again?
You mean Lena Hackenbush?
Yeah, little Lena. Remember little Lena Hackenbush?
Yeah. I also remember that nasty trick you played just because she liked me better than you.
What do you mean?
Well, Lena always went for athletic men, and what she admired most about me was my flat, trim waistline. So you try to convince her that I wore a girdle.
Not true. I never said you wore a girdle.
No, you never said it, but every time I was out alone with her, you'd sneak up from behind and snap me.
Well, enough of reminiscing, Jack. How about going for a little walk and really seeing Blue Ribbon Town?
No, Groucho. I just want to sit here and relax.
No walking?
No walking.
Well, back to women again. Say, by the way, Jack, I have a picture of you and Lena Hackenbush upstairs that was taken 20 years ago.
Gosh, Groucho, 20 years ago. Would you get it for me?
Gladly, Jack.
Say, is that the one where Lena's running her fingers through my hair?
That's the one.
Gee, I'd love to see Lena again.
And I'll bet you'd love to see your hair again. Well, I'll get the picture and be right back.
Well, Mr. Benny.
Yes, young man.
Mr. Benny, I'm Bill Days, one of Mr. Marx's happy Blue Ribbon Town family.
Glad to know you, kid. What's on your mind?
I sing.
Well, that's nice. When Groucho comes down, you can sing for him.
But I don't want to sing for Groucho. I want to sing for you, Mr. Benny.
Sing for me? What for?
Well, gosh, after you hear me, I know you're going to want me on your program.
Look, kid, I came here to forget radio. Didn't Mr. Marx tell you not to bother me?
Yes, but, gee, I couldn't help it. Being on your show gives a person so much prestige.
Look, kid, You really think it does?
Yes, I do. Gosh, Mr. Benny, you're just about the best there is in your field.
Am I? Would you mind saying that a little louder, Bud?
Louder? Why?
Fred Allen doesn't hear as good as he used to.
Yes, Mr.
Older,
Benny.
you know.
Yes, Mr. Benny, you're absolutely top. The greatest there has ever been. You just don't realize it.
Oh, I do, too. Well, go ahead, kid. Sing. I don't mind. Go on. Smart kid. Got good taste, too, this kid. Really has.
I used to be bewildered walking round in a wonderful glow. There's a lot. Here am I, riding high on a hill, far away from the usual road, with a world of my own at my feet. All because fate was heavenly sweet. And of that we meet. Ever dreamed in my wildest dream that I'd fall quite so wholeheartedly. Now I know love is all that it's cracked up to be. Well, do I get to be on your show, Mr. Benny?
Well, gosh, kid, I don't know. You're a tenor.
What's wrong with that? Don't you always have tenors? Kenny Baker, Dennis Day?
Yes, I never fail to have trouble with them about money. And then, kid, with tenors, you always have mother trouble. Tenors just seem to have mothers. I can't imagine why.
But gee, don't you think having a mother is pretty true of most people?
Yes, I suppose so. But with tenors, somehow it's worse. Tenors have mothers who look like fathers. Besides, I already have a contract with Dennis Day, an extremely fine tenor, so you can see nothing, absolutely nothing, could make me change my mind.
But for such an opportunity, Mr. Benny, I'd even be willing to work for nothing.
Please, kid, I'm not... I wonder if Dennis's mother would slug me if I broke his contract. Kid, you say you'd be willing to work for nothing?
Well, practically, I'd be willing to accept $40 a week.
$40 a week? Who do you think you are, Lawrence Tibbett? Why, Dennis only gets 35 now. He thinks he gets 186,000, you know. On the other hand, if you'd be willing to work for...
Hold on there, Benny. A fine thing. A guest to my house trying to steal my tenor. There's nothing lower than a man who'd steal a tenor. Unless it's a man who'd steal a bass. I wouldn't have said that, Benny, except that the baseball season is just about to start. And have to give me that line about not talking shop.
But, Groucho, I didn't approach him. He approached me.
That's right, Mr. Marks. I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist the opportunity to get on his show. Do you realize that being with Jack Benny automatically means being a great success?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, it's true. Name one person on Jack Benny's show who hasn't become a famous man.
All right. Mary Livingston. Now, run along, and let's not hear any more of this.
Well, Jack Benny, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Ken Niles.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Benny, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. Yes, sir, you need an announcer like me on your show.
You too, Niles?
Oh, quiet, Groucho. I'm talking to a radio star. You know, Jack, Don Wilson's not laughing like he used to. That booming quality, that wonderful chuckle, those real honest-to-goodness guffaws, he just doesn't have it anymore.
He doesn't?
No. Now, just try me out. I'll throw you a feed line for an old joke. Any old joke.
The way he throws himself at the man is degrading.
Let's see. Say, Jack, who's that lady I saw you with last night?
Oh, well, all right. That was no lady, Ken. That was my wife.
Isn't that wonderful? That's marvelous, isn't it?
Isn't it revolting?
Well, what do you say, Mr. Benny? Am I better than Don Wilson?
Well, I don't know. Wilson is fatter than you. He has more to laugh with.
Well, I admit Don Wilson's a lot fatter than I am, but name one thing he can do that I can't do.
Well, Wilson can take a shower without getting his feet wet. Niles, you don't want to really leave me, do you? I thought we were one big happy family here.
Yeah, but this is Jack Benny, the Jack Benny.
So I'm Groucho Marx, the Groucho Marx. So what?
That's what I say. So what?
I know how you feel, son. Sometimes I even try to forget I'm Jack Benny.
Yes, but it's such a thrill when he remembers.
Well, Mr. Benny,
there must be a joke in here for me someplace.
You want me to help you look, Jack?
Well, Mr. Benny, you haven't given me a chance. You haven't heard me do a commercial. Just listen.
Niles, will you get out of here and let Benny and me go back to what we were discussing?
Oh, women. Well, while you're on the subject of beautiful women, Groucho,
I defy you to make a commercial out of that one.
Don't be too sure. Did you ever stop to think that a beautiful woman is a perfect blend of lovely attributes? Her smile, her grace, her lovely face, and so forth.
There he goes with that magic word, blend.
It is a magic word, Groucho, especially when it comes to beer. You see, skillful blending of a number of different brews brings a smoothness and mellowness to beer that you just can't get any other way. Pabst, you know, is full flavor blended from no fewer than 33 fine brews. That's why a glass of Pabst is like an old friend. Its welcoming flavor is always the same, always delightful. Remember, there's a century of brewing skill in every delicious drop of Pabst Blue Ribbon. A 100-year tradition of hospitality in every sparkling glass. So, order it with confidence. Serve it with pride. For no matter where you go, there is no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon. Well, there it is, Mr. Benny. Think it over. I'll be waiting for your answer. Toodle-doo.
Shall we dance? Fine, happy family I've got. That's the second trader who wants to desert me.
Isn't a fine rep having away from radio. I had to come back for that line, you know.
Oh, gotcha.
Hello, Faye. I'd like to...
you don't have to introduce him. Anybody'd know this is Jack Benny.
Oh, I guess I am rather easy to recognize.
Oh, yes, I've seen you in pictures, and I could tell it was you by your kind eyes, your strong, manly jaw, your big, brawny arms rippling with muscles.
Would you mind saying that a little softer, please?
Softer? Why?
My draft board is listening in.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you do have such a nice physique, such a trim, fit waistline.
Well, Groucho Marx, you snapped me again.
There's never a shortage of rubber around Benny.
You know, you're quite attractive, Miss Mackenzie.
Oh, thanks, but don't call me Miss Mackenzie. You can call me Faye.
I can?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, you can call me Jaxie Poo.
And you can call me when my stomach returns to normal.
You know,
in about 3 months.
You know, Faye, now that I've met you, I'm going to hate leaving Blue Ribbon Town. Too bad you don't live in Hollywood. We could see more of each other.
Well, Jackson Pooh, I'd love to live in Hollywood if I thought I could find a job there.
Well, Daisy Pooh, I'm a rather important man in Hollywood. I could probably line up some sort of a position for you.
Oh, Pooh, how wonderful. I know I'll be very happy working on your show.
Pooh? Was that Pooh or Pew? P-O-O. Well, Miss Mackenzie, I did not offer you a job on my show. I came here to forget my show.
Oh, but Jackson Pooh, how can you forget your show? A great comedian like you. Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're the grand old man of radio.
Don't let my gray hair fool you. I'm just breaking it in for a silver fox. Say, I'm really not old. It's just that I began my career so young, 30 years ago. Well, I was just a knee pan.
Yes, and he looked awfully funny. A grown man of 25 running around a knee panty. Running around a knee panty poo. Excuse me while I answer the phone. Jack, excuse me while I answer the phone.
That never happens on my show.
Everything happens on our show. Hello? No, goodbye.
Who was that, Groucho?
It was the wrong number. That's never happened on any other show before either.
Hiya, Marty. Hiya, Mr. B. Say, I've been listening to your programs lots of times, and I think it's great.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed, Mr. G, but I don't care to discuss.
There's one thing wrong, howsoever. That guy, Phil Harris, detracts from the refinement and culture of the program.
You really think so?
There ain't a participle of a doubt. And believe me, the lack of culture is a terrible curse that should be visited on no man.
You're absolutely right, Gorsey Pooh. So please stop visiting me.
Not only is Phil Harris ignorant, but he also has a terrible vocal ferry. The guy knows nothing about nothing, especially grammar. Not only can't he conjugate conjugation, but he can't even subjunct subjunction. Boy, what a soliloquy. See, what you should do, Benny, is get someone to take Harris's place. Someone who's got class, refinement, and education. In other words, me.
That's more than I had on the whole program.
I'll tell you, Jack.
Listening to you, Gorsey, Phil Harris sounds like Anthony Eden.
Well, I know my speech ain't so hot, but my writing is very audible. Think on that, Benny. I'll see you later.
Some happy family I've got, Jack. Everybody has tried to leave me for your radio show.
Yes, in fact, Rochester's was the only job that nobody wanted.
Yeah, some happy family, all right. What loyalty? They don't even know the meaning of the word. Loyalty, faith, semper fidelis is discouraging.
Oh, come, Groucho. Chin up. Carry on.
No, Jack. Without the loyalty, without the faith of those one holds dear, life becomes nothing but a hollow mockery, a sham. A mere existence, hardly worth continuing.
I wouldn't try so hard, Groucho. It's too late for the Academy Award. You know?
He jests at scars that never felt a wound.
Oh, I know you're hurt, Groucho, but after all...
You're a good friend, Jack, but don't try to soften the blow. I'm disappointed in my so-called friend. Wanted to leave me to go with your show. It hurts, Jack. It hurts here. Now it hurts there, too.
There, Groucho, don't take it so hard.
I can't help it, Jack. There's only one thing left for me to do now.
What's that?
Mr. Benny, how about you all let me take Rochester's place?
Mr. Benny, if you want to hear how I deliver an important message on the show, just grab an earful of this. Neighbors, income taxes are vital to the support of our government. Right now, I'd like to let everybody in on a message I have here from Uncle Sam. He considers the prompt filing of income tax returns so important this year that he's asking everybody to find out what they owe him just as soon as possible. Don't wait until the March 15th deadline. Find out where you stand. You may owe more or less than you think. Get straightened out early. If you haven't received forms, write the office of your local collector of internal revenue immediately for forms and information. You can find out his address at your nearest bank or post office. If you need help with filing your returns, you can get it free of charge at the same office. But ask for it in time to avoid the rush. Remember, file early. It's more important this year than ever before.
Well, Groucho, it's time for me to leave. I want to thank you for your hospitality.
It was nice having you, Jack. Thanks for coming down. You must visit me again sometime.
I'll be glad to. By the way, who's your guest next week?
Everett Horton. He's having trouble with his income tax, and he wants me to help him figure it out.
Groucho, I didn't know you were good at that sort of thing. Do you really know how to fill out those income tax
forms?
Oh,
yes. In fact, I helped Dorothy Lamour with her income tax last year, and you know how well her form is filled out.
Well, good night, Groucho. Now, wait a minute, fellas. Get this very clever line they gave me to end the program with. Oh, this will be a scream. Wait till you hear this. Good night, Groucho. I'll be listening next week.
I suppose you think mine is any better, huh? Listen to the one they gave me. So long, Jack Benny. Thanks again. Good night, neighbors.
Remember, if you want the real lowdown on how to laugh off your income tax, don't forget to listen to Groucho Marx telling Edward Everett Horton all about it next Saturday. All the rest of our regulars will be on hand, so join in the fun and come on down. This program is directed by Dick Mack and is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Peoria, Illinois. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Paula Winslow, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dance in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis to sing one of Harry Lauder's famous songs, The Wig Wag Wiggle of the Kilt.
I'll never forget the day I went and joined the 93rd. The chums I used to run with said they thought I looked absurd. They saluted me and gathered round me in a ring. And as they wagged me tar to kilt, they all began to sing. He's a cobra, he's a laddie private Duck Brigade. There's nothing other soldier like him in the Dutch Brigade. Read among the heather, you can see his Scottish built. By the wig, wiggle, wiggle, waggle o' the kilt. Oh, I'm telling you, lads and lassies, there's nothing like the swell of the bagpipes and the wiggle of the kilt. Oh, boy. I'll never forget the day we were ordered on review. The king came down to see us and the queen was with him too. As I marched by the royal coach, the king just shook his head. The queen put on a royal specs and looked at me and said, he's a tall, broad, Highland laddie, Private Duck Brigade. There's not another soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built. By the wig, wiggle, wiggle, waggle, hold the kilt. Oh, dear, he's too utterly. He's a proper heeling laddie, Private Duck Brigade. There's nothing other soldier like him in the Scotch Brigade. Reared among the heather, you can see he's Scottish built. By the wig, wiggle, wiggle, waggle o' the kilt. By the wig, wag, wiggly, waggle, wiggle o' the kilt. Hoot, man!
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, it's the dead of night now as we look in on the little town of Weaverville. Nearly 10 p.m. And our young hero, Dennis Day, is walking home from a movie with his girlfriend, Mildred Anderson. The picture they've just seen has evidently affected Mildred a great deal, for only now, as they near the Anderson boarding house, does she break the silence she's maintained since they left the theater.
You know something, Dennis? I've been thinking.
I know, Mildred. I've been watching you and admiring.
With that picture we just saw, the best years of our lives. Why, that could be the story of us, Dennis. Of your life and mine.
It could?
Oh, isn't the problem Dana Andrews had the same as yours? Didn't he come home from the war and have to take a job as a soda jerk just like you?
Yeah, but he can always earn $3,000 a week on the side as an actor.
That isn't what I mean, Dennis. Look at his marriage.
His marriage?
During the war, he got married in haste to a beautiful blonde with a gorgeous figure. When he came back and found out she wasn't his type mentally, he walked out on her.
I know. Lots of things happen in the movies that don't happen in real life.
But that's just it, Dennis. Unhappy marriages happen every day in real life. One of us could turn out to be exactly like that beautiful blonde in the picture.
Oh, I could never make it.
Dennis, I'm trying to get across a point.
Oh.
After Dana Andrews was married, he fell in love with Frederick March's daughter. The same thing might happen to you.
How could it? I don't even know Frederick March's daughter.
What I'm trying to say is, you might meet someone you like better than me after it's too late.
Oh, never.
Well, how do you know? Look, tonight as we sat watching that movie, you held my hand, didn't you?
I couldn't help it. Your perfume inflamed me.
All right. But have you ever sat in a darkened theater balcony with anyone else?
Sure.
And did you hold hands then?
No.
Why not?
He was a fella.
Dennis, tell me the truth. How many girls have you ever gone out with?
You mean altogether, counting you?
Yes.
1.
There, you see? That's the point I've been trying to make. You can't be sure you're really, truly in love with me because you've never had an opportunity to test your love.
But I don't have to test it. I'm sure of it.
You can't be until you take out other girls, too.
Well, I don't want to take out other girls, too, Mildred. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Why not?
Well, gee, you've got enough expenses now.
Well, it might be worth it to make certain.
No, Mildred. Other girls don't interest me in any way. I don't interest them.
Are you sure? Have you ever tried to meet another girl?
Well, I once dropped my handkerchief in front of one on the street.
Well, what happened?
She picked it up and blew my nose.
Oh.
I guess I'm just not easy to love.
Other girls don't know you like I do, Dennis. Someday that wonderful personality that's deep down inside of you will come bursting out, and every woman in town will fight to get you.
Gee, I hope you'll hide me till I get it back inside again.
Oh, I will.
Well, here we are at the house.
Yes. Maybe we better say good night out here, Dennis. The folks are sleeping.
All right. Mildred, that perfume you're wearing, it's... Mildred, could I mean, would you?
Yes, Dennis?
Would you shake hands good night with me?
Yes, Dennis. Good night.
Good night, Mildred. Chum. Good morning, Willoughby's drugstore. Oh, yes, Mrs. Willoughby. Huh? No, he isn't in yet. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'll have him call you the minute he gets here. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye.
Morning, Dennis.
Morning, Mr. Willoughby. Your wife just... Hey, how come you're wearing hip boots and fishing clothes and got those 2 poles on your shoulder?
Yes.
You going fishing?
Good boy. Very first try.
Oh, anyone could have done it. Your wife wants you to call her right away, Mr. Willoughby. She says it's very important.
I kind of thought she'd be calling. That's why I'm going fishing. And I've already left, Dennis. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Trouble on the home front?
Plenty. My lodge had a banquet and meeting last night. The Bald Eagles, Nest 53. And I got home at 4 a.m. My wife didn't care particularly for the way I walked through our front door.
No?
No. She thinks I should have opened it first.
Gosh.
And that isn't all. Imagine what she'll say when she learns that we had a line of chorus girls to entertain us at the party. Women, Dennis.
Yeah, I know. Chorus girls always are.
You're so right. And if memory serves, I got rather friendly with one of the dear creatures in a perfectly harmless way, of course.
Oh, your wife wouldn't mind that. The average woman wants her man to test his love for her.
Oh, really? Well, my wife happens to be well below average.
I guess I'm luckier than you that way.
Undoubtedly. Now, if you'll run to the back of the store and make me up a few liverwurst sandwiches to take along, I'll be on my way.
Yes, sir. I'll have them right away for you, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, my head. Why do I do these things?
Hello, little bald eagle. Remember me from last night, little old Dixie with the cute little Trixie?
Yes. Yes, indeed. How are you, friend?
Friend? That isn't what you called me last night.
All right. Snuggle Poo.
That's better. Remember you told me to look you up sometime? Well, here I am.
Oh. Did I say that?
Uh-huh. A friend of mine snapped a picture at the party last night. I thought you might like to see it. Or perhaps your wife would.
Picture? A group picture?
Just you and me, sugar.
Why, that's a small group, isn't it? Were we close together?
I was sitting on your lap.
That's fairly close together.
Isn't it? It's such a nice picture, I want you to have it. That is...
If I pay for it.
Oh, you're a quick one. And after all, what's $50 to a man like you?
50?
Only a big drugstore and all.
No, wait a minute. I lied to you. I don't own the store at all.
Huh?
And I just work here. The real boss is... Say, if I put you next to a real sucker, will you give me that picture?
Who is he?
The head of the whole drug chain. Why, $50 is dirt with a guy like that. He's good for thousands. His name is Dennis Day. And he's right here in the store now.
Oh, a big tycoon, huh?
Yeah. Now, give me the picture.
Well, okay. But this guy better be all you say, sugar.
Oh, he is. Only don't be surprised if he seems a little puzzled or bewildered at first. He puts on a dopey act to fool people.
Oh, that's okay, honey. I prefer him dopey. I picked you out, didn't I?
Yes. Well, I hear him coming. I better get out of here. Good luck.
Here's your sandwiches all ready for you, Mr. Why, where's Mr. Willoughby?
Oh, who cares when there's a great, big, gorgeous hunk of stuff like you around? Love bundle.
Who? Me?
Are you a dreamboat? Come here, you beautiful stick of dynamite.
Who? Me?
I'll say you really send me dream man.
Who? I?
Oh, now, beautiful. Is that all you can say to a girl? You can be nice. Come on, try.
Would you care for a liverwurst sandwich?
Baby, can't you see this thing is too big for either of us? You're not going to fight it, are you?
I don't know. Am I mad at it?
Doll face. Don't you know what's happened?
I think I do. My personality's burst out.
I'll say it has.
I was warned that someday it would. You desire me, huh?
I can't live without you, gorgeous.
But I love another. At least I think I do. Say, this may be my chance to find out. Would you care to take part in a very interesting scientific test?
Well, if it's with you, yes. I want you for my own darling for always and always.
Be careful. This may be mere infatuation on your part, although I doubt it.
No. It's the real thing. I know it is. What do you feel for me, dearest?
Amazement.
Is that all? I'm not so hard to take, Dreamboat. Look me over carefully.
You are kind of pretty.
How about my figure, lover boy?
It's quite female.
Thank you. Now, what's this test you're talking about?
Well, could you be at the Anderson boarding house around 8 tonight? We'll spend the evening just the way Mildred and I always do, listening to the radio. I'll know after that whether I love you or her.
Is that all you and this Mildred do when you're home alone? Listening to the radio?
Sure. When her folks are out, we can turn on any program we want to.
Well, I thought you and I might do something a little more exciting tonight, like playing games.
Okay, I'll have the Parcheesi board all set up.
Well, it's a date. And now can I use your phone, sweet star?
Oh, sure. There's one in the back of the store.
Thanks. I'll find it.
Hello.
Sam, this is Dixie. Listen, I got the prize sucker of all time.
Willoughby?
Better, a rich kid that's never been kissed or taken. Tonight he gets both.
We pull the old Badgie game, huh?
Right. I'll have in my arms at the Anderson boarding house on Elm. At 8:25, you rush in as the angry husband. We'll shake him down for every cent he's got.
Great, kid, great. I'll be there at 8:25 on the dot. Bye-bye.
Did you get your potty okay?
Oh, yes. I told my old gray-haired mother I'd be home a little late. Well, till tonight, brown eyes. You and I. All alone.
Gee, say, I don't even know your name.
It's Dixie, honey. And after tonight, you'll remember it for a long, long time. Good night, you beautiful hunk of... Oh.
Gosh, Mildred may be right. These may be the best years of my life. Hello? Yes, Mrs. Willoughby. No, ma'am. He left for the mountains 10 minutes ago. Ma'am? No, he left for the mountains 10 minutes ago to go fishing, and he hasn't come back yet. What? Ooh, what you said. Huh? Oh, in case he calls, you'll be at Mrs. Anderson's house? Okay, Mrs. Willoughby, I'll tell him. Bye, Mrs. Willoughby. Gee, was she mad. I'm going to wash out my ears with soap.
Why, Grace Willoughby, what on earth do you want with Herbert?
Remember the Bon Ton department store contest?
Yes?
Well, a refrigerator was the prize for the best 25 words from a husband and wife on why I shop at the Bon Ton. Well, I won. They notified me this morning.
Oh, how wonderful. What did you send in?
Well, I couldn't seem to think of anything brilliant, so I just wrote, if we win, we will pay our bill. They seem to like it.
Well, what's Herbert got to do with all this?
Well, the Bon Ton wants a picture of the winning husband and wife. No picture, no refrigerator. And where's my husband? Off fishing.
Well, can't they wait till he gets home?
The photographer's coming tonight so they can get out the publicity tomorrow. That's why I need Herbert.
But everyone at the Bon Ton knows Herbert, and they'll... Wait a minute. How about Dennis Day?
Dennis Day? Who'd believe I'm married to him? Besides, he'd blab it all over town.
Well, don't tell him what the picture's for. Flatter him into having it taken with you.
Flatter him?
Yes. You stay to dinner and tell the photographer to come over here right afterwards. And if he walks in and finds Dennis with his arms around you, he'll believe you two are married.
Well, I'll try it, but it's an awful thing to go through just to keep food cold.
Mr. Anderson, would you say I have a lure?
A lure, Dennis?
Yes, for one of the opposite sex. For instance, say a woman.
Well, you do look rather ravishing in your new Mickey Mouse sweatshirt. Why do you ask?
Well, last night Mildred told me other women would go for me, and today in the store one did. And tonight at dinner, Mrs. Willoughby kept staring at me so strangely.
Maybe there's something irresistible about the way you chew.
I don't think that's it.
Oh, no? Well, what then?
I'm afraid I'm a femme fatale.
I doubt if you're the type, Dennis. However,
there you are, Dennis. Herbert, we'll go upstairs. I believe Mrs. Willoughby wants to be alone with Dennis.
See, Mr. Anderson, you better stay.
You're right, Dennis. I'm staying.
Herbert?
So long, Dennis. I'm leaving.
Come along, Herbert.
Lead the way, oh dream eternal.
Well, here we are, all alone. I guess you know that I like you a great deal, Dennis.
Well, here we go again.
Oh, but I do.
But you shouldn't, Mrs. Willoughby. You've got to fight it.
Fight it?
You're a married woman. You promised to love, honor, and cherish Mr. Willoughby. Start cherishing.
Why, Dennis, you seem to be under a false impression. I don't feel about you in that way at all.
You mean you're not in love with me?
No.
Is that possible?
It is. I think of you only as a very dear friend.
Oh, what do you know?
And I hoped you felt the same way toward me, Dennis, because there's a little favor you could do for me if you would.
Oh, sure, gladly.
Well, I want to have our pictures snapped together for sentimental reasons.
Okay, you get a picture of you and I'll get one of me and we'll snap them together.
I mean, I'd like a picture of the two of us taken together.
Oh, well, I guess that can be arranged.
Oh, good. You have no idea how worried...
Oh, someone at the door. I better
No,
go...
don't get up. I know who it is. It's someone I've been expecting. Put your arms around me, quick.
Huh?
I said put your arms around me.
Mrs. Willoughby, I'm getting that false impression again.
Dennis, will you stop arguing and kiss me?
Kiss you?
Yes. Put your lips to mine and yell, come in.
It won't come out very clear.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes. All right, I'll answer it.
Hello, I'm from the Bonton department store. Mrs. Willoughby told me to come to this address and take a picture, that right?
Yes. Yes. My husband's in the next room. Will you follow me, please? Dennis, this gentleman is a photographer.
Oh, you sure are a woman of action. Well, I'm ready.
You, huh? I thought you'd be a much older man.
Me? Oh, no, I've never been any older than this.
Would you make this just as fast as you can, please? We haven't got much time.
Yes, ma'am, I'm all set. Put your arms around her, sir, and hold her as close as possible.
But isn't that kind of intimate?
Sure, that's the idea.
But suppose my girlfriend sees it. What'll she think?
Well, Dennis, we won't worry about that.
Say, you're really broad-minded, lady.
Please, let's just get on with the picture. We don't have very much... Oh,
come in.
Dennis, darling.
Dixie.
Am I late?
Who's she?
Another girlfriend of mine, a different one.
Why ain't my family like this?
Dream boy, let's get rid of all these characters and listen to that radio. Mm-hmm.
Well, I like that.
Who's this old moose, gorgeous?
Dixie, please. This old moose happens to be my boss's wife.
Well, just take me in your arms, honey, and tell her to beat it.
Why, how dare you? I need Dennis, and I want him.
He's mine. I saw him first.
You did no such thing. I've known him for months.
Well, I won't give him up.
Gee, I'll never go out in public again without a mask on.
Dennis, tell this woman that you're mine.
Dennis, tell her you're mine.
I belong to all women, everywhere.
What would a sweet intelligent boy like this want with a woman like you, anyway?
All I know is he's gorgeous, and I want him.
Well, he's much too fine a person to be fought over like this.
Yeah, I'm too fine a...
You shut up.
Excuse me.
That's kind of interesting, you know?
I won't give this boy up, and that's final.
Nor will I mean every word of it. What is all this noise I've been hearing? Dennis Day, come here.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Anderson, but you'll have to wait your turn.
What?
Well, I have...
Dennis?
Mildred.
Hey, Bud, you're going to get in trouble. You got a monopoly.
What does all this mean, Dennis?
Mildred, it isn't my fault, honest. I've inflamed the mad desires of two women, and they can't control themselves.
Dennis, you mean you...
We should have sold tickets.
Oh, my gosh, it must be Sam.
Aha, you home wrecker. So I find you in a lonely rendezvous with 2 men and 4 women?
No, you, Sam, we're out of luck. Let's get out of here.
Well, say, come on.
I'm leaving, too. I should figure who's married to who in this setup.
Well, there goes my refrigerator, thanks to Dennis Day.
Me? Mrs. Willoughby, what
I
is...
shall speak to my husband about you, young man. Good night.
Mrs. Anderson, what did she...
Don't bother me. I'm going to bed.
Mildred, what are they...
Oh, women. Oh, you beast. You cat. I never want to see you again.
Mildred, Oh, gosh. Well, I might as well go to bed, too. In fact, there's nothing else I can do. I think my personality went in again.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up on a young man who has just had a door slammed in his face and who is now getting similar rough treatment from none other than Dan Cupid.
Well, no use hanging around a door that's been slammed in your face, Bud. No use me hanging around either.
Oh, wait a sec, Dan. Give me the pitch.
Your girl gave you that when she slammed the door in your face, pal. Your language of love, Bud, she said scram.
But how come both you and Mary dropped me like a hot potato? Come on, Cupid, give.
Okay, Careless, here it is. Your girl's gone, and I'm going. Because you ought to have a serious talk with your dentist.
And here's what Bud found out. Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Dennis Day with Charles Dant in the orchestra to sing Life Can Be Beautiful.
Life can be beautiful. How do I know? Somebody beautiful just told me so. Life can be summertime when it's really so.
It's new, it's amazingly different. Not a liquid, not a soap, but an utterly new cream shampoo that leaves hair soft, radiant, glamorous, and also easy to manage. It's Luster Cream Shampoo created by Kay Dumit, who combined rich lanolin with secret ingredients. Use Luster Cream Shampoo and see how soft, how naturally lovely, how brilliantly alive and well-behaved your hair can be. Ask for Luster Cream Shampoo at cosmetic counters.
This is Vern Smith speaking and reminding you ladies to keep on saving cooking fats and oils. Use and reuse them as often as you can. And when they're no longer usable, save them in tin cans and turn them into your dealer. He'll pay you more for your used fats. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Ronald Coleman inviting you to join Mrs. Coleman and me for the next half hour when our sponsors, the brewers of Schlitz Beer, present the Halls of Ivy.
If you like good beer, do as millions of people are doing all over the country. Ask for Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people that it's the largest selling beer in America. It has to be fine to be first. And now, the Halls of Ivy. We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we depart far. Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The hounds of spring are yapping merrily at Ivy's president, Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall. Their happy barking announces that summer, as Chaucer so quaintly put it, is a-comin' in, and that the academic year is a-goin' out. Relishing the idea, Dr. Hall sits in the afternoon sun, perusing that handbook of the male species, a sporting goods catalog.
Vicky, it's really amazing.
Toddy, I'm so glad to hear you say so.
You are? Why?
Well, I find it refreshing to think that a man of your knowledge and experience can still find things to be amazed at. Shows an open mind.
Oh, thank you.
I'm not one who believes that an open mind is an equivalent to a hole in the head.
Equivalent to a hole in the... is that your own, Vicky?
You mean my own head?
No. Your own observation.
Oh, I think so. If I owe it to Earl Wilson or somebody, I apologize. What do you find there that's so amazing?
Well, the items in this catalog. It's incredible, the impedimenta which have been evolved to ease the hardships of the summer camper. It's getting so that a life in the open is only slightly less rugged than a 5-room suite at the Ambassador East.
Yeah, well, if you're planning on roughing it this summer in the pump room, Doctor, you've got yourself a fellow camper. If I may refer to myself as a fellow.
Look at some of these things. Flashlights which need no batteries. Butane cook stoves. Portable refrigerators. Foam rubber mattresses in weatherproof tents. Mosquito repellent.
Oh, that's for me. No mosquito has yet been repelled by me.
Isn't it nice to know that you are irresistible even to a mosquito?
Well, yes. But the only example of it I've ever experienced where I had to slap my own face.
Now, look at all this. I wonder what Daniel Boone and Kit Carson would have thought of these little aids to life in the open.
Oh, they'd have sneered at them. You can't shoot a buffalo for lunch with a spray gun full of citronella.
No. If only one could,
Now, get that calculating look out of your eye, William. You can't eliminate the Wellmans of the world either with a spray gun.
Now, how did you know I was thinking of Mr. Wellman?
Well, whenever you think of him, your hands make little strangling gestures. What brought him to mine? Talking about mosquitoes?
No, I'm expecting him any minute. He called a while ago.
Trouble?
Now, darling, did he ever come here bringing me violets?
Well, what's bothering our little splinter from the Board of Governors?
Well, it's a student named Richard Alden. He'd be eligible for the Nobling Dale Award if he were to graduate. But we can't graduate him.
Why not? I thought Richard Alden was Phi Beta Kappa and an all-round mental whiz-bang.
Well, he is, in science. But he seems to think that the rest of our curriculum was designed to hamper him in his favorite subject. I would be derelict in my duty to graduate such a brilliant ignoramus. His arrogant attitude toward a well-rounded education
Enter Splinter. Stage left.
Oh, yes.
Now, let's make time count, and let's not dawdle with amenities. Mrs. Hall and Dr. Hall, this is Richard Alden.
Hello, Richard.
And don't bother wasting time on the lows, because I'm not blaming you, Dr. Hall, even though it is your fault. What do you have to say in the face of such evidence?
Who, me?
I'm a very plain and simple-minded man, Dr. Hall. Get down to brass cases. I mean hard tacks. Brass tacks, Dr. Hall.
Well, it's precisely where we are now. And it was an unfortunate oversight that you were the last one to know. But you seem so preoccupied with other matters.
You've taken the words right out of my mouth, which is exactly why I'm here. Who, may I ask, has been most interested in the advancement of this institution? Who has tried to make its name a byword in every home in America? Who? Who?
You have us there, Mr. Wellman.
I have. That's whom. Who? And at last we have a student, Richard Alden, here, who finally wins the Nobling Dale Award. And what do you do?
Yes, Toddy. Well, answer the man. What do you do?
Well, it seems to me, Mr. Wellman, that the terms of the award leave it open only to students who are graduating.
A man like this boy, Richard Alden, brilliant. Science and test tubes and equations only an Einstein could understand.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman.
Yes. No one who... I mean, if anyone else was, or... Now, what was the point I was making?
Well, I believe you were about to say that such a man, or boy, most certainly should be graduating. But I think perhaps this is a matter for Richard and me to discuss in private.
What? I pick up the cudgel in his behalf. I gird my armor. I...
Lower the boom.
I've never been so outraged.
Oh, I'm sure you have, Mr. Wellman.
Yes, true. I have. I wash my hands. Clean as a whistle.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. He makes me nervous.
Oh, you have to understand, Mr. Wellman. He can get along with anybody except people.
Do you have some tea or coffee, Richard?
Nothing, thank you. Dr. Hall, my grades are the highest of any student in this college since 1896. I have surpassed all other Phi Beta Kappas in this college. And furthermore, no Ivy student has ever won the Nobling Dale Award.
Yes, you're quite right, Richard. However, let us go from the realm of higher intellectual pursuits to some simple arithmetic. You have chosen the field of averages, so I advance them. 100 averages what?
50, of course.
That is your grade average. And that is why you're failing.
I am a science major, Dr. Hall. I see no reason for attending classes in the history of the novel or Greek and Roman drama.
Well, Greek and Roman drama can be quite exciting. You know, I once played Clytemnestra.
Who?
A woman famous in Greek classical tragedy, but you'll probably remember her better as a contemporary of Pythagoras' triangle.
I'm a scientist. Or would be if you'd let me graduate.
Oh, I'm not stopping you, Richard. The curriculum is...
Well, why do you so vehemently object to the arts and letters, Richard?
What do they lead to? What is the functional value of a sonnet?
Well, my dear boy, because a sonnet cannot be reduced to a mathematical formula, and I'm not sure that it can't, but just because it is a thing which stimulates the imagination and evokes pleasure, it doesn't mean that it has no functional value.
Yes, but what I mean
Excuse me. You might ask me the functional value of a violin obligato, the remembered fragrance of a mountain morning, the ripple of a trout stream. And I'd say that the functional value of anything is its special purpose, its reason for being. The reason for being of all these things of the soul and the emotions is simply that they are a spiritual bank account on which human beings may draw at will. And as a too restricted specialist, Richard, you are well on your way to becoming an emotional pauper, spiritually bankrupt.
I don't like to seem obtuse, Doctor, but I still don't see how I need trout streams and mountain mornings and sonnets. Logically, where would all the philosophers and writers and artists be without engineers, without bridges?
Terribly wet, I imagine.
Well, logic, like functionalism, can also be twisted to strange uses. I'm reminded of the centipede who refused to go under the viaduct because the clearance was limited to 13 feet. Richard, you're a boy who's determined to go places, right?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Going far. Snapped up by some big concern or firm for your valuable scientific mind?
In charge of research. Invent things, improve them, perfect them.
Invent things just like that?
Or invent things for other things?
For people.
Ah, yes, people. You hadn't mentioned them. I wasn't sure.
They're the ones who buy the products, aren't they?
I wasn't sure how you classified people. As customers or as mankind?
I think I know mankind as well as the next fellow.
Ah, now we're getting into semantics again. The next fellow, Richard, is a mythical being utilized for purposes of reference by those seeking support for unworthy arguments. His credit standing is nil, and his social security number is 0-0. Now, you, as a practicing scientist, shouldn't call upon such an inexact figure as the next fellow.
You're just sparring with me, Dr. Hall. What does all this have to do with my graduation and getting on with my scientific work?
But I think, Richard, that Dr. Hall is trying to point out that he doesn't approve of half-educated graduates.
Did you ever read history for fun, Richard?
No, sir. I never considered it fun.
Are you familiar with Moby Dick?
Certainly. As a boy, it's a very exciting adventure story for teenage boys.
Oh, good heavens, no, if I may venture an opinion.
It's for rulers and saints, soldiers and philosophers, poets and leaders. The good soul, Ahab, turned into a dangerous man by his pursuit of the demon whale, because he has no goal but to kill the huge thing. Ahab, stung by his own vanity, flinging himself against the lashing winds and crashing tides of sea that...
Ahoy there, Captain Hall.
Oh, yes. Well, anyway, as for the human being, few things tell us quite as much as a Melville or Tolstoyan paragraph, a Jonathan Swift epigram.
Well, I'll take pi equals 3 1400.
And assuming you do succeed in squaring the circle, Richard, who will be there to applaud your wondrous feat?
Beth, for one. Beth Lansing, my wife.
You see, Toddy, he has got other interests.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed and delighted. Is your wife a scientist too, Richard?
Not exactly.
Not exactly a scientist?
Well, I'm sure I didn't mean not exactly a wife.
Yes, I did, Mrs. Hall.
Oops, sorry.
We're engaged. She's a senior, too. We were going to be married when I graduated. If I graduate. If it's possible to let a straight-A science student get a diploma at this college.
Well, several of them have received diplomas, but they weren't so insistent about altering the entire course of study at Ivy.
I don't care about the course of study. I'm speaking of me. Let anyone else do what he likes, but so far as I'm concerned, an hour's study on anything else is 1 hour less I can devote to science. Goodbye, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall.
Is he really as bright a science student as he says he is?
Oh, he most certainly is. But if I were a little younger, a little stronger, I might throw him to the floor and sit on his chest while I reread the classics aloud to him.
Speaking of his chest, I have a notion. And the best way to a man's heart
is through his stomach, according to the old adage. An adage which I reject as being medically impractical, aesthetically distasteful, and conversationally repulsive.
Well, how about the way to a man's heart is through his heart? Simple approach. Why play an organ recital?
My very point. Then I take it you're referring in your oblique feminine way to Beth Lansing, who I'm sure sees no faults in our unromantic young friend.
Oh, sure. The only time a woman ever understands her husband is before she marries him. Incidentally,
Yes?
Why did you ask Richard if he'd read history for fun? Well, I mean, aside from finding out if he'd had any other interests.
Because, like so many impetuous people, he has no understanding whatsoever of the pertinence of accumulated knowledge in fields other than his own. He's never understood that wise men have recorded their yesterdays to help fools meet their tomorrows.
Why didn't you tell him that before he left?
Because that is what I call one of my taxicab rejoinders.
What on earth is a taxicab rejoinder?
That, my darling, is the devastating retort you could have used to such good effect at the party, but don't think of until you're on your way home. Now, what about Beth Lansing?
When you think of beer, think of this. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people, it's the largest selling beer in America.
Back in 1849, a little brewery in the village of Milwaukee produced the first barrel of Schlitz beer. Before that time, people didn't pay much heed to the name of the brewer. Beer was beer, and that's all anyone cared to know. In the years between, however, people began to notice that certain brands of beer had more to offer than others. As the brewer's brand increased in importance, both Schlitz and Milwaukee became known throughout the world. Milwaukee as the home of premium beer. Schlitz as the beer that made Milwaukee famous. Today, this outstanding Milwaukee-born beer has an even more special distinction. Schlitz, the beer that made Milwaukee famous, tastes so good to so many people that it's first in sales in America. The taste that built that popularity is yours in every glass of Schlitz beer. Enjoy it, for chances are you'll like Schlitz best, too. Rejoin the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall, who's been working on the project of adding a spur line of human emotion to the single-track mind of Richard Alden, just entering the house.
Vicky.
In here. Come on in, darling. Yeah, now, darling, this is Beth Lansing. Beth, Dr. Hall.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, I'm delighted to see you. I'm very curious to know how Richard's getting along.
Yeah, well, that's what Beth called me about.
Well, he isn't getting along very well.
He seems to be muttering things about you, Toddy.
Well, not really muttering, shouting. He shouts now, and he never used to. Well, that's why I had to talk to you, Mrs. Hall.
But why didn't you talk to me, Beth?
Oh, it was the roundabout approach, I guess. I was being feminine and clever by taking it up with Mrs. Hall. Anyhow, how could I talk to you about how Richard dislikes you?
Well, naturally, I prefer to be liked rather than disliked. But I've found that an antagonism here or there is not necessarily lethal. Any person with character is bound to find a few opponents, but as long as his adversaries are outnumbered by his allies, this is mere stimulation.
Yeah, well, speaking of, as one of Dr. Hall's allies, Beth, just how does Richard feel?
He feels like, well, that you're keeping him from his ultimate fulfillment, Dr. Hall. Those were his very words.
They sound like his very words, the dear young pinhead.
Well, I'm not the founder of Ivy College, Beth. The required study has been in effect for several years. Richard should realize that.
If we'd known he was coming, we'd have baked a curriculum.
Well, that's it. He can't see that. He can't see anything. He just says it's all your fault and doesn't know why.
Well, a more articulate man once had a similar feeling about the head of another college. He said, "I do not love thee, Dr. Fell. The reason why I cannot tell. But this alone I know full well. I do not love thee, Dr. Fell."
But that's just how he feels. For a fellow with a scientific mind, I keep telling him he isn't being very scientific. Accusing you of purposely holding him back without having any proof.
But if he looked for proof, he'd come face to face with himself somewhere along the route.
Well, a man who has proposed marriage has faced himself, and several other people, too.
Proposed marriage? Richard never proposed marriage.
Oh, perhaps he sent it to you written up as some sort of equation. Mass equals religious ceremony. Religious ceremony divided by 2 equals marriage. And if bride can make pi, or 3.1416, so much the better.
Oh, no. Our engagement was just understood.
By both of you?
Well, kinda. Well, he keeps talking about our plans for the future. Well, he's never said he loves me. Well, outright. But he's quite emphatic about the future.
Is that fun? I mean, I'd hate to have my hand held by a man who just wanted to read my palm.
No, it isn't much fun, really. Well, not as much as it should be. Well, but sometimes...
Well, as long as you're happy with it that way.
Well, I have to make allowances for the fact that Richard isn't very demonstrative.
No. No, to demonstrate anything, Richard seems to need a blackboard.
If I'm not too personal, what allowances does a woman in love make for her fiancé's inability to express his affection?
Well, actually, I don't know. Sometimes I think he's just shy. Other times I think he's egotistic. And other times, well, I don't know what I think.
What would you like him to be?
Well, relaxed. I'd like him to be the kind of man who walks in the park and talks to strangers. I'd like him to waste time at least once in a while. I'd like to hear him talk about spring. Well, yes, just about spring.
Or perhaps he can't. Spring isn't scientific. It's emotional.
Oh, that's silly. He could talk about it if he wanted to. The talks have to start sometime. And right now it's fine. You know, I don't think Richard has been very nice to me at all. If you'll excuse me, well, goodbye.
I have a feeling that the scientific Mr. Alden is about due for a rude jolt in his trigonometry.
He's going to have to make at least a temporary choice between Cupid and Pythagoras. Or, to put it bluntly, if he is as bright as I think, he'll swap his Euclid for a uke. Dr. Hall speaking.
Dr. Hall, this is Wellman. Clarence Wellman!
Well, how are you, Mr. Wellman?
My patience knows no bounds, Doctor. But you have strayed into disaster about to befall.
Oh, I hardly feel the situation merits the gravity you bring to it.
Really? Maybe you can afford to sit there and be calm, which is what you're paid for. But it isn't every year the Noblingdale Science Award is offered to an Ivy student, and we may lose it because of sheer, unadulterated stubbornness.
I can't force Richard Alden to study certain subjects.
Blaming the boy won't do any good. And it may interest you to know I am going to suggest to the Board of Governors that they completely alter the student program. There'll be no repetition of this effect.
Well, you mean alter the curriculum to suit one petulant student? Oh, I feel we can work out some sort of compromise on this.
Now, see here, I'm not interested in a compromise. I want a solution. Enough shilly-shally. I mean, beating about it. Did you say compromise?
Yes. Instead of destroying the university by altering the entire pattern of our educational process to conform to Richard Alden's needs...
The point!
Well, we will simply take the 2 or 3 professors who block our path and burn them. That is, if you really think this boy is more important than education itself.
Dr. Hall, one more chance. 24 hours. That's all, and then I go to the Board of Governors. And a word to the wise in time saves... Yes.
Well, Mr. Wellman, if I can possibly think of anything else, I'll call you immediately. Meanwhile, be of good cheer and say hello to the wife and children. Goodbye.
I won't take much of your time, Dr. Hall. I'm leaving school.
For another university?
No, I'm through with all of them.
Well, there's some awfully nice universities around.
Right now, I just want to know why you turned Beth against me. She argued with everything I said.
You mean she had some opinions?
Of her own?
Some. Hundreds. I've never heard so many opinions from one person. And very unsound.
Well, she did seem like a very unreasonable girl. The kind who'd make outlandish demands. She probably thought you should go on a world cruise and settle in Capri.
Did she tell you that?
Well, no. But sometimes you can tell by just looking.
All she told me were a bunch of sophomoric ideas about... Well, I mean, about personal relationships, emotional attachments.
Love?
I always thought a woman wanted security. And what's more secure than a husband who has a scientific training? What could be more security to any woman?
The husband himself, I should think.
Well, that's assuming you are a scientist, Richard. You could easily become nothing more than a batch of remembered axioms and mathematical problems which an electronic machine can solve faster and better, and which wouldn't flirt with a switchboard girl.
That's an awful thing for a college president to say.
I'm simply trying to tell you that science as an end in itself is not so amazing. Nature has made the trapdoor spider a great engineer. A bee can construct perfect hexagons in wax. But your future associates will be people, not insects.
I'm exactly what this college taught me to be.
Oh, pardon me. You are only what you permitted this college to teach you. What you let yourself be taught. Now, I'm sure you've read Diderot's Scientific Encyclopedia.
Every page of it.
In it, the world of the 18th century saw new hope to bring it out of its trembling despotism. It saw Diderot's scientific examination as long needed. But there were men of dark little notions and limited minds who so viciously opposed Diderot's explanation of facts, they came terribly close to destroying this masterwork.
But Diderot won, didn't he? He beat them all.
He did. He did, as you so quaintly put it, beat them all. But not until a non-scientific mind came to his rescue. Not until Voltaire, who was nothing but a writer and whose only province was people. Not until Voltaire wrote so strongly for the right of all men to examine truth as they wish. Not until then.
I didn't know that.
No. You knew the text, but you didn't know the people.
Well, more. What happened next?
Well, nothing much, except that Voltaire made his point because he believed we were each other's enemy as long as we lived only for ourselves.
Don't know people. Maybe I don't.
Study them. Study them. They may not be scientific, but they're good collateral reading.
Yeah, I guess I'd better shut up until I do.
And don't forget, it's a wise man and a successful one who knows the precise psychological moment when to say nothing. Oscar Wilde, Victoria Poets, course 293A.
You know something? I've been a knucklehead. That's an expression from Upperclassman 51, Bull Session. Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate the new slant you've given me.
Oh, you're quite welcome, I'm sure. And, Richard, while you're broadening your outlook and congratulating yourself on the Noblingdale Award, I'd suggest a rereading of Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland?
Yes, by Lewis Carroll, writer of magical nonsense, who was also, I think it is pertinent to remind you, Charles Ludwig Dodgson, a mathematician. He did a great deal of summing up with figures of speech.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. Thank you, sir. And, well, thanks.
You needn't look so smug, Doctor. It wasn't just you. After all, it's June, and he's young, and he's got a girl.
I know, my darling. The satisfaction which you detected on my face was not so much from any personal triumph as it was an agreeable appreciation of the fact that between you and me and Spring and Beth...
And Mr. Wellman.
Yes, and even the ubiquitous Clarence, between us all, we have succeeded in keeping a budding scientist from becoming a blooming idiot.
think of beer, think of this. Schlitz tastes so good to so many people, it's the largest selling beer in America.
America today faces two enemies: aggression abroad and inflation at home. With a double job to do, we need to step up our production faster than ever before, produce more goods every hour of every day of every week. In peacetime, our free American economic system has given us an unrivaled standard of living. The defense program will call for sacrifices, but the more we produce, the fewer those sacrifices will be. Remember, the better we produce, the stronger we grow. Here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
We'll be seeing you next week at the same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield. Also in our cast were Gene Bates and Eddie Firestone. Tonight's script was written by Arthur Ross and Don Quinn. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, who invites you to enjoy the Pulitzer Prize Playhouse on television on Friday nights. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Hear the great Gildersleeve and his lovable family on NBC.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
All over the country, business firms preparatory to filing their tax statements are making their estimates of earnings for the fiscal year. In New York, insurance executive William Lenahan checks his statement.
Income, $157,000. Expenditures, $122,000. Net, $35,000. Everything checks. I'm heading for Florida.
And in Los Angeles, Oliver B. Schwab, prominent attorney, checks his statement.
Income, $400,000. Expenditures, $300,000. Net, $100,000. Everything checks. I'm heading for Palm Springs.
And in Mel Blanc's little town, Mel Blanc, fix-it shop proprietor, checks his statement.
Income? Liabilities? Profit for the year? Everything checks. I'm heading for bankruptcy.
And as soon as Mel's bank checked his statement, they agreed with him. So today, on his birthday, Mel Blanc received this letter.
And in order to satisfy your creditors, we shall be forced to sell your fix-it shop at public auction. Signed, Roger P. Grimes, President. Gosh, auctioning off my fix-it shop today. I bet they wouldn't do it if they knew it was my birthday. Let's see what else it says in the letter. P.S. Happy birthday. Today it's my birthday. Tomorrow it's Lincoln's. Now I know what they meant when they wrote that song, What a Difference a Day Makes. Oh, here comes Betty. She'll have a kind word for me.
Hello, Mel. I heard the news about the auction.
Yeah, isn't it terrible?
Oh, darling, don't worry. Plan. After all the auction, you might be able to buy back some of your stuff.
With what, $1.80? The fixtures alone are worth $1. Nerve of that bank foreclosing.
Well, it's your own fault for letting the place run down. Look at the way everything's scattered around.
I know exactly where everything is.
Oh, yes. Suppose I said to you, where's the can of red paint? What would you say?
You're sitting on it.
What?
Oh, don't worry, the lid's on. Gosh, to think that my fix-a-chop is being auctioned off on this day of all days.
Well, what's today?
Betty, you mean to say you don't know what day this is?
Why?
Well, what does this remind you of? La 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 to you. La 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 to you. La 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 Mel Blanc. La 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 to you.
I know.
What?
It's a rainy night in Rio.
No, they grow an awful lot of coffee in Brazil. Fine thing.
Oh, hello, Benny. Hello, Mel.
Hello.
I understand they're auctioning off your fix-a-chop today, Mel. Well, you may be out in the street. Down and out with nothing to eat.
Please. Mr. Colby, don't be so unhappy.
Oh, Mel. What if you are a flop? So you don't make money. What's the difference? You can't take it with you.
Yeah, but I'd sure like to see some of it before I go.
Well, it takes time to be successful, Mel. Why, when I first opened my supermarket years ago, I lived on practically nothing. I bought a suit for $6. What do you think of that?
It still looks good on you. I mean...
Mel Blanc, I have no sympathy for you. I've worked hard and made a name for myself. Why, do you know what people call me?
Please, Mr. Colby, not in front of Betty.
Why, you... I've had enough. Come on, Betty. Goodbye, Mel. Goodbye, Mel.
How do you like that? My own girl walks out on me. Her father calls me a moron. They take away my fix-a-chop. And all this on my birthday. They can't do this to me. I'm a citizen. I owe taxes. Boy, they'd be sorry if I were dead. They'd say, gosh, we all forgot Mel on his birthday. We were mean to him. We didn't love him. I know what I'll do. I'll hang myself on the tree on Colby's lawn. No, I better not do that. Mr. Colby doesn't like me hanging around his house. If I were dead, oh, how sorry they'd be. Say, I got a great idea. I know what to do. Where's my assistant, Zuki? Zuki! Zuki! Okay, Zuki, start yelling now.
Help!
It's Mel Blanc. He jumped in the river.
Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc?
Mel Blanc?
Yeah.
Who's he?
Well, he's the nicest. He's the sweetest. He's the most wonderful. He's a jerk.
Why did he do it?
Well, his girl walked out on him. You see, her father hated it. They foreclosed his business, and nobody remembered his birthday. No reason at all.
How do you know all this?
Well, he told me he was going to jump off a 10-story building.
Oh, that's impossible. The tallest building in this town is only 5 stories.
Yeah, I know. He was going to jump off twice. Gee, ain't it awful? Look, there's Mel's hat floating on the water.
What a tragedy. Probably my size, too.
Well, I'm going home now. Hang the flag out the window.
You're going to do that for Mel?
No, tomorrow's Lincoln's birthday.
Oh, say, that's right. I got to do it, too.
Come on.
Oh, okay, Mel. They're all gone now.
How do you like that? No sympathy at all. All I think about is Lincoln. Forgot all about me. I'll show this town. By the time I'm through, I'll be such a big man, Lincoln will be hanging a flag out for me. Okay, town, just wait and see.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle? A breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate Tooth Powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate Tooth Powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice, and does it beautifully. Try Colgate Tooth Powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Well, folks, it looks like this is the end.
Don't tune out, folks. This is only the beginning.
Nobody remembered Mel on his birthday. And the bank is auctioning off his fix-it shop today. So Mel jumped into the river.
Is he kidding? I can't stand cold water.
So for Colgate Tooth Powder, I want to say goodbye.
Hello? Well, so far, my plan's working. Everybody thinks I jumped into the river. I'll turn on the radio and see if they're saying anything about it.
There's good news tonight.
Wrong station. I'll try another one.
Friends, a terrible tragedy has overtaken us.
Oh, that's more like it.
A great tragedy. The entire nation is prostrate. And as we all sit and worry, we wonder, will Dick Tracy get away from influence?
Oh, a fine thing. I'll take these different disguises and go out and talk with my friends. I'll see how sorry they are. Oh, there's Mr. Colby. He's probably getting here early for the auction.
Pardon me, friend. May I trouble you for a match?
What, man, who do you think I am, Santa Claus? I'm looking for Mel Blanc.
Well, if you're looking for that idiot, he's not around. He drowned himself this afternoon.
Oh, too bad. His uncle died, and I came to bring him the legacy. 18 million pounds, 14 guineas, 12 shillings, 4 crowns, 6 pence, halfpenny, halfpenny, hoopenny, hippenny, and a whole penny. But if he's dead, I'll have to give it to his dearest friend. Does he have such in this town?
Oh, well, I'm his dearest friend.
But you called him an idiot.
Idiot. Oh, that's an American word for friend.
Well, I'll have to go and think it over. So long, jackass.
Jackass?
Aye, that's a Scotch word for friend.
So that's the way Colby feels, huh? For $18 million, he's my friend. Who needs him? For $18 million, I can be my own friend. I wonder how the rest of the town feels. Uh-oh, here comes my girl Betty. I'll put on this beret and test her.
Pardon me, ma chérie. I'm looking for the Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc? Oh, he just jumped in the river over there.
Oh, too bad. The girls of France, they will feel terrible to hear that. There was not a girl in France who would not give her right arm for a kiss from Mel Blanc. In fact, in the town of Marseille, all the girls are called Lefty.
Well, who are you?
I am Mel Blanc's cousin, Rue de la Blanc. I just left his aunt, Eiffel, a very tall woman. I have come from France with 10 million francs given to him by the girls of Paris for his great work.
Oh, what work?
I do not know what his work was, but all the girls say he was a great worker. But if Mel Blanc is not here, I was told to give the money to his girlfriend.
Oh, well, I'm his girlfriend.
You? Whose birthday is it today?
Well, it's tomorrow, and it's Lincoln's birthday. Now, may I have the money?
The money you want? Go ask Lincoln. Au revoir.
Well, so that's the way my girl feels. I'm getting to wish I was in the river under that hat. Oh, here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president. Maybe he's got a kind word.
Hello, friend. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Well, greetings, friend. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, ugga.
Hey, I never saw you before. How come you know the password?
Well, I'm a member of the Jennings Junction Local Order of Benevolent Zebras. I came down to represent the lodge for Mel Blanc. Oh, terrible thing. Finding his hat in the river.
Oh, you don't know what a blow it was to me.
Really?
Yeah, at first I thought that hat belonged to my wife.
Oh, aren't you sorry about Brother Blanc?
Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I am. He was a good friend of mine. May his Ugga rest in boom.
Must have been a terrible decision for him to make, jumping into the river.
Well, I don't know. Every morning when I have breakfast, I read a newspaper over the coffee. Sometimes the newspaper drops, and I look at my wife. My, that river looks good.
Is your wife that bad looking?
Well, I'll tell you, friends. Every morning my wife eats cereal. Now, you know how cereals are. They jump, they crack, they pop, they snap. When my wife looks at them, they just lay there and grow. Of course, she's always trying to reduce, so she eats a lot of carrots. Carrots.
Is she losing weight?
No, but this morning when I come down to breakfast, she said, what's up, Doc? As long as she reads and I read, I'm satisfied.
She reads at breakfast, too?
Oh, yes, she does. She studies the horoscope all the time. A lot of good it does her. You see, she's born under the sign of Taurus the Bull. But she still looks like Elsie the Cow. Well, I got to be going, Brother Zebra.
Oh, wait a second. Where are you going?
Well, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Razor's Edge, or I can go home and cut my throat. So long, ugga-boo-boo-boo.
Ugga-boo-boo-boo-boo-ugga.
Well, didn't say a word about me disappearing. Never even missed me. Nobody misses me. It's like they never even knew I was around. I might just as well be Vice President of the United States. Well, now to get back to the fix-it shop and watch that vulture, Banker Grimes, auction off my shop.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to auction off Mel Blanc's fix-it shop, and even though his sudden departure saddens us, let us not have it interfere with our bids, shall we?
How do you like that? What a hypocrite.
Mel Blanc was near and dear to all of us. Why, there isn't a house in this town that doesn't have a memento to remind them of Mel Blanc. A broken clock, a washing machine that doesn't work, a lamp that just stands there darkening up some bright corner. And yet I know that if that noble figure were alive today, first thing that he would say is, deposit your money in the First National Bank.
What a lot of baloney. If he'd only give somebody else a chance to speak.
Well, before we start the auction, is there someone here who would like to say a few kind words in behalf of Mel Blanc? Any words. They don't even have to be kind.
Looks like I'll have to do it myself. I know. I'll act like I'm tipsy.
Yeah. Hey, just a second, buddy. I'm a friend of Blanc's, and today happens to be his birthday. But everybody remembers Lincoln. Why? I don't know. Lincoln split rails. Well, my pal Mel Blanc split rails for 3 years. Got a house full of rails. And nobody remembers him. And Benjamin Franklin invented the kite. Who helped him? Blanc. Robert Fulton invented the steam engine. Stole it from Blanc. The Wright brothers invented the aeroplane. Who gave them the idea? A bird. That's so. But where did the bird get it from? Mel Blanc. And why wasn't Mel Blanc in on the atomic bomb? I'll tell you why. He was sick. I could go on forever. And I think I will.
Yes. Now, if you don't mind, my friend, we've got to get on with the auction. Now, the entire store goes lock, stock, and barrel, including all Mel Blanc's personal effects, belongings, and clothes. Now, What am I bet?
1 cent.
1 cent? Why, for 2 cents?
I can bid 2 cents. Who'll make it 3?
3. Pennies? Why, the least I could do is start the bidding in dollars.
A dollar is bid. Going. Do I hear more? Gone. Sold to this gentleman for $1. And what is your name, sir?
I'll tell you my name. It's Mel Blanc. So you're not even amazed, huh? Well, I found out what you all thought of me. You don't care whether I'm alive or dead. You're only interested in yourselves. You, Banker Grimes, hanging up that sign that says, "Here's your fix-it shop, Mel Blanc." And you, Mr. Colby, putting that plate of cold cuts and potato salad on the table. What do you think this is, a party? And you, Betty, carrying that birthday cake that says, "Happy birthday, Mel Blanc." Why, you don't even know it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Mel... Happy birthday, Mel Blanc!
Surprise! Surprise!
What? Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, Mel, you big sweet. I don't know what to call you, darling. What a day you gave us today.
You mean this surprise, this party is for me? You knew all the time I wasn't in the river?
Hoot mon, yes. Oh, what a Scotchman you are.
And all the girls, they call themselves lefties.
And I didn't fool you either. Gosh, I got a lump in my throat.
Now remember, Mel, people think about you even though they don't show it.
That's the motto of the First National Bank.
Well, how do you feel, Mel?
Gosh, Betty, I'm speechless. There's only one thing I can say.
What's that?
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening and reminding you all that this is Boy Scout Week. Tonight we want to join in saluting the 1,980,000 scouts in America and their brother scouts in 51 nations of the world. Good night, Andy.
That's all, no?
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Fred Allen Show. Brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. An hour of smiles with Fred Allen, folks. 3,600 seconds of fun and music. Fun with our star comedian, Fred Allen. With our guest, Jack Boyle, the cattle caster at Paramount Studios. Music with Peter Van Steeten, the Merrimack, and Betty Jane Rhodes. The time has come. It's the Fred Allen Show. The time, 5 o'clock Pacific Time. The place, Studio B in Hollywood's Radio City. The occasion, the opening of the Fred Allen program, and the overture is You Can't Brush Me Off.
push me on. You can't shut me down. You can yell that I'm your water. You can try, but you can't push me on. You can say you're out, but I'll keep phoning. You can tell me goodbye. You can tell me, but I won't go. No, you can't leave me cold. As you would afraid of chowder, you can try, but you can't push me on.
Ladies and gentlemen, to come to California, some people leave New York by plane, some people leave New York by train, others leave by bus. Tonight we bring you a man who left New York by request. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we are in Hollywood, Harry. How does it feel?
Oh, wonderful, Fred. Say, it certainly seems good to wake up in the morning and find the sun out for a change.
Yes, when we left New York last week, you could only see the sun by appointment. You had to send in 20 box tops or something, I forget. Say, what's wrong with your coat, Harry? Your coat.
Nothing, Fred. The lapel is gone, that's all.
More?
No, the lapel came off in a real estate agent's hand. He grabbed me as I was getting off the train.
Say, you don't move around on the left. He's moving on the left.
Peter's very nervous, you know.
Oh, those musicians. There'll be plenty of dull spots coming up. You can walk around the nose. Fine thing. Now we're 12 minutes late already. Well, what did you say, Harry? How did you lose your lapel?
Well, I got off the train and this fella grabbed me by the lapel right away.
And
I sort of jumped and the lapel
you
came off.
You were lucky getting a tall real estate agent, Harry. I got a short one. Wait till I turn around. Look.
Where?
What? Well, I can't help it, Harry. The man grabbed me by the base of the trousers. He was trying to sell me a country seat, he said.
Well, you didn't take the seat, did you, Fred?
The man beat me to it, Harry.
Well, I was lucky my lapel came off and I was able to get away.
Say, I'll say you were lucky, Herschel. I was pulled all over North Hollywood in reverse.
Did you look at any property?
No, Harry. The man had me by the seat of things. I wasn't facing anything he had for sale. I did see a couple of escrows.
Hi, fellas.
Wait a minute. I didn't finish. That's twice. Has the union got an old leader out there they don't want? Listen, I don't mind you walking on laughs and stepping on laughs when you start to kick them around. But the white pants have gone to his head. Why didn't you get the coat bleached, too, and come Well, all right, you can... I did see a couple of escrows flying around. That was my line.
Hi, fellas.
Hi. See? Yes, for the second show.
Did you fellas get a place to stop?
Well, I'm all set at the hotel, Pete. I'm at the Hollywood Dewey.
You mean the Hollywood Roosevelt, don't you, Harry?
Well, I'm in the Republican wing.
Oh, the lobby, hey? Have you got a nice view?
Yes, across the street is the theater. Gone with the Wind is playing there.
Oh, you've got southern exposure. That's well, isn't it?
Where are you living, Alan?
Well, I've got a room over a bowling alley on Vine Street. It's a spare room they have.
I bet you can hear a pin drop. You get it, Harry?
Yeah, I got it, Pete.
And you can have all of it, Harry, too. You can have my share.
Oh, Pete, don't mind, Fred. Where are you stopping?
Oh, I'm living with friends, Harry.
Friends? A band leader has no friends. Just critics and creditors.
Oh, no. If it's any news to you, Stoop, I'm living with Phil Harris.
Yeah?
Well, where's Phil living?
Phil's living with friends, Harry.
Well, who are Phil's friends?
How should I know? I'm living with Phil. He's living with them.
You mean you haven't made any attempt to get acquainted with these other people?
Not me. Why should I mess around with that riffraff?
And since I seem to say... Now you can walk, you see. And since I feel the same way about riffraff, we leave you to rejoin the hoi polloi, Mr. Van Steven, and turn to the latest news of the week. Ipana News presents The World in Review. Hollywood, California. Prominent comedian arrives in Hollywood to complete radio season and start...
Hey, Fred, hold it. It says somebody's knocking.
Knocking? Why, that's the second largest industry in Hollywood, Harry. Come in.
Fred Allen?
Yes, I'm Allen.
My card. I'm from the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce.
Yes?
Mr. Allen, on behalf of the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, I welcome you to Hollywood. The gateway to California, Hollywood. The heart of the world, Hollywood. Hollywood welcomes Fred Allen to Hollywood.
The man who blew that fanfare was no musician.
You're right, Allen. I'm a critic.
How did he get in without opening the door the second time? Will you open the door once more to balance the script? Will you mind doing that? Thank you very much. As long as we want to come out even, no sense in coming out with a door opening left over, after all. Well, we'll get back to the newsreels. Ipana News presents The World in Review. Hollywood, California. A prominent comedian arrives in...
Hold it a minute.
Oh, what is it? Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I'm Mr. Trent, the official censor here at NBC.
Yes?
I was going to send you a memo, and then I thought, oh, shoot. Why waste the paper? I'll come myself.
You say you are the censor, Mr. Trent?
Yes, I just read your script, Mr. Allen.
An hilarious bit of scrivening, eh, Mr. Trent?
Yes. But...
I knew it, but what?
Certain jokes have been overdone here in California. These jokes about California weather, they're out.
But
These jokes about Bing Crosby's horses, they're out.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Bing's horses are used to finishing out of the money, but this is probably the first time they've ever finished out of the script.
And these jokes here about Pomona, they're out.
Say, tell me, what is Pomona? I bought those jokes from a California writer. Is Pomona a male kimono?
No. Pomona is a town outside of Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
The comedians built Pomona themselves to tell jokes about it.
Oh, they did?
Yes.
Good idea.
They've been overdoing it. Pomona, too, is taboo. And I do mean boo.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Trent. If I can't mention the weather, Bing Crosby's horses, or Pomona, how do you expect me to get any laughs?
Very simple. You can rent another eagle.
Well, I may not have to rent one. A bird may show up during the program. But I ought to broadcast in an alley. I'm sure I'd meet a better class of people. Not AFRA members, but they would... Well, Ipana News presents... Oh, there can't be many more knocks left in that door. I know. Come in.
Go right in, Orphan. Yes, Mother. Stuffy place, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Ow! What's that? That's Mr. Allen. Oh. Hold my hand, Orphan. He may bite.
Now, madam, if you're taking the little boy...
I know where I'm taking him. Speak up, Orphan. Must I talk to this monster, Mother?
The feeling is mutual, son. Now, look, madam, I'm very sorry. I'm busy here.
Quiet, introvert. Why, Orphan here is opportunity knocking at your door. Oh, come. Let's have no understatement, Mother. Tell him who I am, what I've done. Astound him, Mumsy. Mumsy, and handle him, darling.
That child is spoiled, madam. He won't keep until morning.
I've got dry ice in his CVDs.
Well, he may make it, but who is this Trojan pony you have?
Mr. Allen, meet Orson Rooney, the greatest child star in Hollywood today.
Orson Rooney?
Yes, the critics say I'm half Mickey and half Wells.
You are all Mickey as far as I am concerned. Now, listen, who sicked you two Jodes on me?
You're here to make a picture with Jack Benny, aren't you?
Well, so what?
You two have got to have some talent in the picture. Yes, you're going to need a name. I am a name.
You are a name I would hate to be called, son. What have you ever done in picture?
Tell him, Mumsy. In 1937, in Bachelor Mother,
Yes.
Orson's one line was the high spot. He said, "Begone, father. You're no father of mine." Say it out. In 1938, in Bachelor Aunt, again Orson was the high spot. He said, "Begone, father. You're no father of mine." Say it out.
Mm-hmm.
In 1939, in Bachelor, Orson said, "Begone, father. You're no father of mine." Say it out. You see, Orson's career has been a cavalcade of high spots.
Well, up to that is only your opinion, madam. Up to 1939. Tell me, what is he going to do in 1940?
That is up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, what is it going to be? In 1940, is Orson Rooney hitting a high spot?
No, in 1940, Fred Allen is hitting a low spot. Take this.
Oh, you thief!
Oh, excuse my short leg, lady. I was aiming for the ball.
I've never been so insulted in my life. Let's go, Orson. Yes, back out, Mother. Here comes the Leatherfoot.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs.
Fred, the Merrimacs. What about the newsreel?
No, Harry, we haven't any time for the newsreels now.
Oh.
According to the studio clock, it's time for the Merrimacs to sing for us, Ezekiel Saw the Wheel.
Some go to church for to sing and shout. Hallelujah. For 6 months they're off to know. Way in the middle of the air. One of these days about 12 o'clock. Way in the middle of the air. And this whole world is gonna be a rock. Way in the middle of the air. Way in the middle of the air. Sing us all way up in the middle of the air. Sing us all way in the middle of the air. We'll be one by day, the single and the make of that the big wheel and the race of that wheel in a wheel way up to the
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if the first 4 rows will please move back, I'll unleash our first guest of the evening, Mr. J. Stanford Snarlsworth, the Sunshine Boy.
Yeah, a lot of nonsense. Radio,
Well, I take it that you don't like radio, sir.
I don't like anything. Does that answer your question?
Well, are you always as amiable as this, Mr. Snarlsworth?
Sure, I got an even disposition, always mad. I bark at dogs and even make faces at babies.
Well, I bet that makes you very popular with the women.
Women? They're a plague. There's my wife. She always used to greet me at the breakfast table with one of those cheery smiles. Well, I soon put a stop to that. I hate everybody. I even hate myself for being so grouchy.
Well, have you any idea what makes you so easy to get along with, Mr. Snarlsworth?
Of course not. If I had, I wouldn't be this way, would I?
Well, then maybe Harry Von Zell might be able to help you out. Do you think you can, Harry?
Well, Fred, I'm afraid not. His sounds like rather an advanced case. But I can help anyone who has an ordinary grouch because he feels sluggish, headachy, and under the weather. I can help those people by suggesting that they take Sal Hepatica. For Sal Hepatica speedily helps you feel your best again. That's easy to understand, too, because this famous saline acts quickly in 2 ways. First, as a laxative, Sal Hepatica is speedy, yet exceptionally gentle. Second, Sal Hepatica also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, which chases that thickish feeling fast. That is why so many physicians recommend Sal Hepatica, and why millions of people have found it to be an ideal laxative. So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist, and simply put 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water and drink it. Soon, head clearing, pep returning, you begin to feel like your old self again when you take Sal Hepatica for a faster comeback.
you? Mr. Van Steeden bowing. He wants to see if his dandruff will come out, I guess. But Peter Van Steeden and his son, Kiss 17, have just played a number called 6 Lessons from Madame Lazonga. The librettist apparently wrote himself out on the title. There are no lyrics for the song. Now, our guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well, are you enjoying life here in Hollywood?
I'll say. Mama's been taking me around all the studios trying to get me into pictures.
No kidding.
Yes. Mama said I used to look like Shirley Temple before Shirley Temple looked like Shirley Temple.
You did, really?
Uh-huh.
Well, why didn't your mother put you into pictures then?
Well, Mama said nobody wanted anybody who looked like Shirley Temple until Shirley Temple went in pictures.
Oh, well, how does your mother expect to get you into pictures now?
Mama says now I look like Claudette Colbert.
But isn't there a girl using that name in pictures now?
Yes. Mama found that out today.
Oh, Schreiber's been talking, hey? Well, what's your... Clear Schreiber, somebody. What's her next move? What's your mother's next move?
Mama says if I live long enough, I'll look like May Wilson.
So?
So, I've still got one more chance.
Gosh, I nearly blew that line so I can do it from memory. I have a short memory, and it's a short routine. But personally, Portland, I think your mother is semi-askew mentally. You can't be a success in pictures just because you look like two people.
Thomas Edison was.
Well, how do you mean?
As a boy, Tom Edison looked like Mickey Rooney.
And?
As a man, he's the spitting image of Spencer Tracy.
Yes, Edison was sure lucky. He's the only famous man who lived that didn't look like Don Amici.
That reminds me. Is Don Amici taking your place?
Taking my place where?
Well, Jack Benny said Sunday night he was putting you out of his picture.
Look, Benny can't put out a hot foot. Benny can't even get into Paramount today unless Rochester's with him.
Jack said he was having them tear up your contract.
Oh, yeah? Well, whoever tears up my contract is going to have some mighty expensive confetti on his hands.
If you're going to be together in the picture, why is Jack going to Honolulu?
Well, that shows what Benny knows about pictures. Now, our picture opens with a long shot of Benny in Honolulu. He's going to Honolulu for the long shot. He doesn't even know they build sets in studios.
What is a long shot in pictures?
Benny. He hasn't been, and Dennis Day is clapping under protest. You know what happens, Dennis? You're through as of that last decibel disturbance there. But enough about Benny, Big Baby Sandy, as we call him around North Roxbury. Tell me, who is our guest tonight?
He's the man who casts all the horses and cattle used in Paramount pictures.
Oh, he's a cattle caster, hey?
That's right. Mr. Allen meets Jack Boyle.
Well, good evening, Mr. Boyle.
Good evening, Mr. Fred.
Allen, yes.
Yeah?
There are different doors in the studio. I mean, this is the Allen program, Mr. Boyle. In case it comes up later. Well, good. Portland tells me, Mr. Boyle, you know, people with all these doors walk in and get on the wrong program, you know, and then wonder why they're not paid off in later life. Portland tells me, Mr. Boyle, that you are a prairie talent scout for Paramount.
That's right, Fred. I've been supplying Paramount pictures with horses and cattle for 16 years.
Well, yours is certainly an unusual profession, Mr. Boyle. How did you happen to take up this career as a stockyard salesman?
Well, Fred, I started out in 1923 as a cowboy actor. I soon saved enough money, so I went into this business.
Oh, you mean you preferred renting animals to being a movie actor, Mr. Boyle?
It's a lot safer, Fred.
Wait a minute. Was Mr. Boyle's throat cleared before we went on? If it was, you won't have to bother with it again. Well, did you say it's a lot safer?
The horse never becomes box office poison.
Oh, how right you are. Well, tell me, Mr. Boyle, for what big pictures have you cast the cattle?
Well, there was Wells Fargo, The Plainsman, Bojas, Union Pacific, and I just finished working on the new Cecil B. Mid-the-Mill picture, Northwest Mounted Police. I supplied almost 1,000 horses.
1,000 horses. Well, isn't it rather complicated being the manager of so many equine thespians, Mr. Boyle?
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, for instance, how does a horse's agent collect his commission? Now, after an equine player has done a day's work, you, as his agent, can't stick your head in the horse's feed bag and eat 10% of his oats. Or can you?
Not exactly, Fred. I'm paid by the company according to the work the horses do.
So you mean different horses have different salaries?
Well, that's right. An ordinary movie horse gets $5 a day, but a trained horse gets $100 a week.
Well, that ain't hay, is it? But I guess the horse wishes it was. So tell me, does preparing we'll wait, I mean, if anything... Just give us a signal. Always happy to oblige. But I imagine... But tell me, Mr. Boyle, does preparing horses for camera duty present any special problems?
Yes, horses are the same as movie stars, Fred. They require makeup. Mm-hmm. They have doubles and stand-ins, and some of them even go Hollywood and try to steal scenes.
You have horse hands, too, do you? Well, tell me, how do you make horses up?
Well, making up a horse usually consists of dyeing it another color or some harmless solution.
Dyeing it? You mean that the horse the Lone Ranger has been riding around all these years is in reality a peroxide blonde?
I don't know about silver, Fred, but I have to make up animals in a lot of my pictures.
Well, do you have character horses to play old man stallions? You know, do you line their faces and stick gray manes on them, do you?
No, but sometimes two stars will ride horses that look almost alike. We change their markings to avoid confusion.
Oh, well, do you do anything besides dye the horses? You know, do you put red enamel on their hooves, pluck their fetlocks, or give them an upsweep tail dew?
Sometimes, Fred.
But you say horses have doubles and stand-ins, Mr. Boyle. Now, what does a horse with 4 legs need with a stand-in?
A horse that's ridden by a star is too important to be risked in jumps and falls, Fred. We make up other horses to look like him for action shots.
You haven't got to catch a train or anything. You make up... This isn't the quickie we're making. We got time. We got 35 minutes yet. But you say you make up another horse to look like the stars horses for action shots. There's more to this horse business, I can see, than meets the eye. Now tell me, what about cattle?
Well, cattle are much easier to handle than horses, Fred.
Well, what about those herds of cattle you use in prairie scenes? Now, what becomes of these cows when you're finished with the picture? You just send them around to central casting, do you?
No, I sell the herd back to the meat packers.
Oh, you mean the steak that I ate in the drive-in this noontime might have been playing opposite Hop-Along Cassidy yesterday?
It's possible, Fred.
Well, isn't it rather risky leaving a herd of steers around loose on a Hollywood lot, Mr. Boyle?
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, haven't you ever caught an actor bearing down on a fat steer with a knife and fork? Calorie bent?
Not yet.
Well, I heard about one picture they were making for some independent company around here. The director was taking a close-up of a cow's head. Well, when he pulled back the camera, the rest of the cow was gone. The cast had eaten the cow right up the backbone to the collarbone. But I imagine you come across some odd problems in your business, Mr. B.
Yes, I occasionally do, Fred.
What would you say has been dilemma number 1 in your 16th cinematic year?
I guess it was in connection with the picture Buck Benny Rides Again.
There was another problem connected with that? What was your problem?
It was keeping Jack Benny on his horse.
Aha. Now we are getting someplace. Confidentially, Mr. Boyle, how did you keep Benny in the saddle? Did you use new skin?
Well, Fred, it was pretty hectic.
Say, tell me, what happened when Mr. Benny confronted his mouth?
Well, Mr. Benny looked at the horse, and the horse looked at Mr. Benny. Then the horse started to walk off the set.
Yes. There are some things even a horse won't stand for. Well, Mr. Boyle, I imagine Paramount will be sending for you soon to work in the new Jack Benny picture.
Are they using horses in this one, too, Fred?
Well, not that I know of, but when the picture's finished, the publicity department may refuse to rave about Benny's work, and that is where you will come in, Mr. Boyle.
But I'm just a horse and cattle man, Fred.
I know, but you can provide the necessary bull.
Oh, I get it. Good night.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Jack Boyle. Gentlemen, Miss Betty Jane Rhodes heard that we had to leave Win Murray in New York to keep an eye on the World's Fair, and so Miss Betty Jane Rhodes has kindly volunteered to save what's left of the day. Her song, Exactly Like You.
I know why I've waited, know why I've been blue, for I prayed each night for someone exactly like you. Why should we spend money on a show or two? You know that no one does those love scenes exactly like you. You make me feel so grand, I want to hand the world to you. You seem to understand each foolish little scheme I'm scheming, dream I'm dreaming. Now I know why Mother taught me to be true. She meant me for someone exactly like you. I used to have a perfect sweetheart, not a real one, just a dream. A wonderful vision of a perfect dream. Can you imagine how I feel now? Love is real now. Yes, I do. You're just what I wanted, and now it's nice to live, paradise to live. Prayed each night for someone exactly like you. Why should we spend money on a show or two? No one does those love scenes exactly like you. You make me feel so grand. I want to hand the world to you. You seem to understand each foolish little scheme I'm scheming, dream I'm dreaming. Now I know why Mother taught me to be true. She meant me for someone. Now I know that someone is you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The radio and the newspapers and magazines are so full of contests lately that I'm sure you'll all be interested in our next guest. One Mr. Joseph Dokes, habitual contest winner. Mr. Dokes.
Good evening, Mr. Allen and fellow contestants.
Thank you. Is it true, Mr. Dokes, that during the past week you have won a telescope, a honey bear, and a set of dishes in contest?
That's correct, Mr. Allen.
Well, I understand you won the telescope in a contest sponsored by the I Spy Eyeglass Company. Now, would you mind telling us what your entry was?
No, indeed. My entry was, I like I Spy glasses because they are the best.
Well, that was certainly a bullseye. Now, about the honey bear. That contest was sponsored by Prometheus's Pretty Pretzels, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. And my prize-winning slogan for that was, I like Prometheus's Pretty Pretzels because they are the best.
Oh, you're certainly so consistent, aren't you? Now, if the makers of Sal Hepatica were to run a contest...
I'd say I like Sal Hepatica because it is the best.
Somehow I had a hunch you might. But why would you say it is the best?
Well, I don't know.
Well, if you don't know, then you couldn't find a better man to tell you than Harry Von Zell. Harry, please.
Well, Sal Hepatica is ideal to take when you feel sluggish, headachy, and need a laxative. Because this famous sparkling saline gives you a faster comeback. In the first place, as a laxative, Sal Hepatica is quick-acting, yet very gentle. In the second place, Sal Hepatica also helps counteract excess gastric acidity, which chases that sickish feeling fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist, and simply put 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water and drink it. See how soon you feel more alert, alive, more like your old self again, when you take gentle, quick-acting Sal Hepatica. The Fred Allen Show will continue immediately following a brief pause for your station identification. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the question of the week. This is Mr. and Mrs. Average Man's Round Table, where 3 persons selected from our studio audience are invited to give their opinions on a question that concerns some prominent issue of the day. These little sessions are entirely unrehearsed. Fred is taking his place now at the round table, where he meets his fellow debaters for the first time.
Yes, Harry.
Are you prepared, Fred?
Yes, Harry. I'm prepared. Good evening, good evening, good evening. The forum is officially open if Portland will kindly introduce the first member of our little committee here.
Yes, Mr. Victor Wolf from New York City.
Well, good evening, Mr. Wolf.
Good evening, Mr.
Excuse me, I guess it's still afternoon here in California, isn't it? But tell me, you live in New York City, do you?
That's right.
Well, what are you doing out here in California? Did you get on a wrong bus at 42nd Street or something?
No, not quite. I'm a graduate student at the California Institute of Technology.
You are a graduate student at the California... Well, if you live in New York City, wouldn't it be more convenient for you to go to college in New York instead of going to the University of California? Or are you commuting?
No, the California Institute is a particularly excellent school, as Milliken would say.
Oh, as Milliken would say. Clear Milliken, somebody.
That won't go on in the second show.
But tell me, what are you studying that makes it imperative that you come here to California to study, Mr. Wolf?
I'm in the electrical engineering department, and I'm working in the high voltage laboratory.
In the high voltage laboratory?
Yes.
Are you working on any particular problem?
At present, no.
You aren't?
No.
Well, what are you doing? Isn't it pretty dangerous to be in a high voltage laboratory if you're not doing anything? You are. You're working on some problems, aren't you?
Well, we're getting ready to attack some new problem now, but we're not working on it.
I see. Well, I can think of a lot of other places I would rather hang around than a high-voltage laboratory. Well, thank you a lot, Mr. Wolk. And now, Portland.
Miss Sylvia Lewis from Hollywood, California.
Oh, good evening, Miss Lewis.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
May I ask you work here? Are you in business here in Hollywood, are you?
Yes, I work as a secretary to motion picture people.
A private secretary, are you?
Private secretary.
Oh, I see. You're just one private secretary, huh? You're not a chain store. I mean, you're not a company or anything.
As a matter of fact, almost. My partner, Billy Taussig, and I run a secretarial bureau, and we have a staff of people, and we're all private secretaries to motion picture people.
Oh, you're a wholesale secretary. Well, tell me, what services do you give, Miss Lewis?
Well, we help them to find houses when they come here for the first time and tell them where to send their children to school and take dictation and work on manuscripts.
I mean, if a person's coming out from New York, they send you a wire, and when they get here, you have supplied them with a house, a butler, cook, groceries, car, chauffeur, and everything, huh?
That's right. You said it much better than I should.
Well, I caught the gist, and I thought I'd save 30 seconds. But tell me, if people come here, suppose I came here with a cat and you rented a house for me, could you arrange to have a mouse run through on the half hour? If the cat will work out?
That would be easy. There are lots of them in Hollywood.
Well, Miss Lewis. And now, Portland.
Mr. Jim Kelso from New York City.
Mr. Kelso, may I ask your racket or... I'm a movie actor, Mr. Allen. A movie actor, celluloid bait, are you? Do you agree with Mr. Boyle's argument, Mr. Kelso, that horses have a longer life in pictures than actors? Do you agree with Mr. Boyle, who just said in his interview? Yes, I do. You do, really? If you had it all over again, to do all over, would you rather be a horse? Much rather. You would, really? Well, that, you could give your agent hydrophobia. Well, that brings us to our question. Tonight we consider a problem that is causing grave concern in many of our cities throughout the country at the present time. It is the automobile driver. Now, as we know, an automobile doesn't become a party to an accident of its own accord. The automobile is driven to it. Driver's licenses are issued to applicants who pass physical and driving tests. Mental tests are not required. Now, our question tonight is, should motorists, in addition to passing eye tests, physical tests, and driving tests, be required to pass an intelligence test? Now, how do you feel about the intelligence test, Mr. Wolf?
Well, yes, I think that might be a very good idea. Very often, problems arise that are not purely mechanical, and...
You think a person who would pass an intelligence test would be able to function quicker to his own advantage and with better results than a person who had not passed intelligence?
Probably.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't know whether you're right or not. Now, tell me, don't you think that a healthy truck driver would have better coordination than a neurotic college professor driving along under the same circumstances? Well, there's something on both sides. Now, you are for the intelligence test. Am I right? All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilk. And now, Miss Lewis, how do you feel about the intelligence test?
I'm absolutely opposed to it.
You're opposed to it? Yes. Why, may I ask?
Because...
You think it will eliminate all women drivers? Was that what...
Exactly, yes.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's awful. I stole your laugh, Miss Lewis. I didn't know you were going to say that. I give you my word, I am not psychic. I didn't read your mind. Without my glasses, I can't read anything. Well, thank you. You are opposed to it. Only on that ground?
Mm-hmm. I think women are very intelligent, and therefore, supposedly, they're bad drivers. Of course, I'm a very bad driver, so I'm trying to think the rest of them are.
Well, you can't judge all women by your own driving proclivities, Miss Lewis. But you are against it. All right, Mr. Kelso, how do you feel about the intelligence test?
I'm in favor of it also.
You are also in favor of the intelligence test. You think we would have a better class of drivers rampant on the streets?
Oh, yes.
Of course, I don't know about the driving around here. I see people at the wheel as they go by. Apparently, they don't know whether they're driving a car or operating a surfboard. I know that out here on Vine Street, hundreds of cars go up and down every day, and the street is as good as new. It shows the drivers are driving on a beam or something. Well, our little committee stands apparently 2 for the intelligence test and 1 against it. Our committee has dozed off, and I know that's right, 2 for and 1 against. I do feel confident, however, that our little conference tonight will have no immediate effect on the motorist situation around the country. Something tells me, though, that if all car owners had to pass an intelligence test tonight, the only man driving a car tomorrow would be Einstein. On this note of FOB futility, our forum adjourns, and thank you all for your kind cooperation. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Merrimacs, who are a little nervous. Harry didn't introduce the Merrimacs. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the Merrimacs over on your right. This is their first trip to Hollywood, and I know you'll be glad to hear their version of Take Your Girlie to the Movies. Take your girlie to the movies. You can't take from at home. There's no little brother that'll always be. You can say an awful lot in 7 years. Take your lessons at the movies and your love dreams of your own. Cut your pictures over any time to leave. Don't forget to press the starter off your sleeve. Take your girlie
journey to the movies. If you can't make my love at home, there's a little brother there who always feels you fan off the lot into the real. Take your lessons at the movies and have those love scenes on your own. When the picture's over, it's time to leave. Don't forget to brush the powder off your sleeve. Take your journey to the movies if you can't make love at home.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In the words of the immortal...
Pardonnez-moi, Monsieur Emile, you are Fred Allen.
Well, that would depend. Are you from the finance company, sir?
Mais non, je suis... That is to say, I am the proprietor of the restaurant Chapeau Bruin.
Chapeau Bruin?
Oui.
Well, it's just another brown derby to me, brother. Now, look, I am not interested
Monsieur, I come to ask permission that at my restaurant we may name after you a dish.
Now, look, Harry, I'm only out in Hollywood less than a week, and they want to name a fish after me yet.
Fish? No, monsieur. Dish. And it is superb. Tender young breast of chicken, baked under glass with mushrooms covered with cream. This pièce de résistance is served with the potatoes smashed and green peas fresh from the garden.
And you want to call that the Alan Bloom plate, eh?
Oui.
Well, it's all right with me. It sounds like quite a tempting tidbit, doesn't it, Harry?
Yes, certainly does, Fred. But there's one important thing you ought to remember about that dish.
What's that?
Well, all the foods in it are soft and creamy and well cooked.
Well, what about it? They taste good, don't they?
Oh, certainly, Fred. But like so many of the foods we eat nowadays, you know, they deprive our gums of the exercise they need to keep them firm and healthy. As a result, gums often become soft and tender and more susceptible to trouble. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the biggest reasons for the steadily increasing popularity of iPana toothpaste. For when used with massage, iPana helps give our gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health. When you realize, in addition to that iPana and massage also gives you cleaner, brighter teeth, then you can readily understand this outstanding tribute to its merit.
In the 1940 National Survey, conducted among thousands of dentists all over America, it was found that twice as many dentists personally use iPana as any other dental preparation, paste, powder, or liquid. In fact, more than the next 3 dentifrices combined.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, make their choice your choice. Start now to use iPana toothpaste.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, what's left of the mighty Alan R. players. Tonight, these undernourished punchinellos present a hillbilly court drama called Self-Defense. Or the judge was a vegetarian, so he couldn't mete out justice. Overture, Peter.
Hi, troops. His Honor, Judge Allen. Order in the court. Order in the court. Order, you in the corner. Order in the court. First case, Sheriff.
First case is stolen troubadours. Charge is disturbing the peace.
Quiet, please. Order in the, what you been doing, boys?
Well, we was with Major Bull's unit 207 and a half.
207 and a half,
Yeah, passing through here, we fell out of the freight car. We've been singing in backyards working our way home.
Well, charge here says you boys was disturbing the peace.
Well, we was only singing, Judge. That ain't disturbing the peace.
Well, that all depends, son. Let me hear the evidence. Court will hear the evidence.
Judge, okay. 1, 2, boys.
You're the flowers of my heart, sweet and old
Well, what's your verdict, Judge?
That's 30 days. Where's my
like it's a twisted here. Next case. People versus Hosey Spunk. Charge is murder. Order in the court. Murder, ain't it, clerk?
It ain't only murder, Judge. Charge says horse stealing, milk snatching, attempting to abscond with 10 cents worth of ungentine, and concluding with indecent dressing.
Well, Hosey's got all the earmarks of a one-man crime wave, Sheriff. Yeah, you concur, hey? Well, proceed with the case. First witness.
Copper Tate Boy, Rancid.
Present, Judge.
You Rancid Tate, are you, boy?
Yes, sir.
Ain't noticeable from here. Your occupation, Rancid?
Oh, afternoons I play hooky, Judge.
Yeah. What are you up to morning, Spratt?
Mornings attend my Paul's General Store at Devon's Corners.
What do you know about Hosey Spunk, the defendant?
Well, Hosey come roping into Paul's store about sunup this morning.
Acting loco, was he?
Yeah. He was only wearing night clothes, Judge.
Night clothes, a two-piecer, Futuramas, or what you call them?
Oh, he was wearing a night shirt. One of them flower bag and symbols. It said Pillsbury on the back.
What's a man shopping for in his bed gear, son?
Hosey was a hooping and hollering, Jed. Said he had to have 10 cents worth of ungentine in a hurry.
Where was Hosey burned?
He said I was too young to know. Claimed he just rid 20 miles on horseback. I could take it up from there.
Well, did you catch on, Rancid?
I knowed he was spine-scorched, Jed. I let out a woohoo, and the sheriff comes tearing in.
Stand down, son. Help him down, Sheriff.
It was like Rancid said, Judge. I come a-streaking in, and the Hosey was there looking like low man in a strip poker game.
Yeah. Give him a taste of law, did you?
I certainly did. Pulled my gun, and I said, look here. Hosey Spunk, you're going to the clink.
Locked him up, eh?
Yep. Hosey kept dancing in his cell, yelling for ungentine.
Yell for anything else, did he?
Just food, Judge. Lord, I never seen a man so hungry in all of my born days. He was snapping at the gravy matting in my whiskers.
Stomach must have been as empty as a politician's hat when he's got it on, Sheriff.
Yes, sir. He had 15 hamburgers, cellophane and all. He was eating like an acid.
Lord, prisoner that hungry to eat the town into a higher tax rate.
Yes, I was fixing to turn him loose, Judge, but just before noon I got word that Ruth Tully had been found dead, so I held Hosey for murder.
Ruth Tully? What was Ruth to Hosey?
Hosey was Ruth's hired man.
Oh.
Yes, sir. They run a small truck farm together.
Well, this is getting gripping, Sheriff, but you ain't proved nothing.
Yeah, wait a minute now. I'm closing in on him, Jim.
Well, it don't seem like low men needing 10 cents worth of ungentine and a gross of hamburgers to have time to stop for killing, Sheriff.
My next witness will show the connection.
Well, we'll see. Okie beaver dokie. Mrs. Watson, take the stand. Mrs. Watson.
I'm coming, Judge, and I'm telling you I'm a wreck.
Well, you're starting off telling the truth. What happened?
Well, my husband and me has the next farm to Ruth and Hosey.
You have next farm, eh?
Yeah.
What do you know about this murder, Mrs. Watson?
Well, just for daybreak, I was out milking the cow.
Yeah.
I heard a shot come from over by Hosey's house.
You run over to investigate, did you?
No, I was milking, Judge. I had my hands full.
Yeah, and two left over. Well, what happened? What happened after the shot?
Well, Hosey comes sprinting out of the house in his nightshirt.
Yeah?
He leaped the fence and come running up to me.
You holler, did you?
No, I was feeling kind of coy. I says, folks can catch cold going out with no hats on, Mr. Spunk.
You're a card. Must have you over sometime. Well, what do you say to that?
Nothing, Jed. Hosey was all excited. He climbed under my cow and drained her in 4 swallers.
Wipe his mouth with her tail, did he?
No, dried his lips on her flank.
Well, then what?
Well, without so much as a good day to you, Mrs. Watson, Hosey jumped on my husband's horse and galloped off towards town.
You followed, did you?
Not me, Jed. He was riding like the wind. Lord, the back of that nightshirt was sticking out like a dashboard, Jed.
For sakes almighty.
Long about then, my husband, Hank, come up loud. He seen the man riding out the yard in his nightshirt, and he fired 2 shots at him.
Then?
Then he fired 2 shots at me. Well, I hid in a turn till Hank cooled off. Then, after I scraped the butter off me, I told him the fact.
I see. Well, stand down.
He
Thank
didn't
you.
mean
I know. Stand down, Mrs. Watson. Hank Watson?
Good.
This young gospel, your wife here in that shop?
Yep, I went over to Ruth's to check up on it, and sure enough, Ruth was deader than a bull at a barbecue.
Now, assuming Hosey done the shooting, what'd be his motive, Hank?
Well, 'twa'n't money, Judge. Them two was as poor as Richard's almanac.
Well, they run a farm, didn't they?
Well, they couldn't raise nothing but weeds, Judge. Crows was flying over the place with their claws over their eyes. Couldn't stand to look at it.
Didn't they have no cattle?
Some cattle. They used to have a cow, but it got so bony it looked like a Venetian blind with skin on it.
No horse?
The horse got so weak he couldn't stand on his legs. Used to creep around the field on his stomach.
You never heard no words between Ruth and Hosey?
No. They just used to work around looking like any minute they was expecting a buzzard to tap them on the shoulder and say, "You're next, brother."
Well, stand down, Hank.
I don't think...
I know, stand down. Who cares what you think, for the Lord. Hosey Spunk, take the witness chair. Stand there.
I can't sit down, Judge.
That's right. In all excitement, you never did get that ungentine, did you?
No. Still feel like I'm wearing a forest fire for pants, Judge.
Guilty or not guilty, Hosey?
Guilty with an alibi, Judge.
You killed Ruth Tully, did you?
It was self-defense, Judge.
Looks like you defended yourself permanent, far as Ruth's concerned.
Well, it was me or him, Judge. I had to shoot him.
Yeah? What happened?
That's a long story.
Court will take a synopsis, Hosey.
Okay. 8 years ago, I hired out to work for Ruth. I was to get $10 a month in pounds.
$10 in pounds?
Yep. If Ruth found $10, I was to get it.
Proceed.
Well, the first year I worked for Ruth, he didn't pay me. But I was new there, so I let it slide.
Second year?
And things got worse. Ruth gave me the farm. He started working for me.
How'd that work out?
And I couldn't pay him, so the following year, Ruth took the farm back. Everything we touched turned to weeds.
Weren't you growing nothing?
Just growing old, Judge.
Well, how'd you live?
And that's what started all the fussing. One day we was eating weeds.
Weeds?
Yep. Used to close our eyes and make out they was broccoli.
Jeepers creepers.
You'd say, what's in that if you ate them, Judge? Well, one day we was trying to down the weeds and Ruth spoke up.
Indigestion, or was it words?
Yes, it was words.
Words, eh?
Ruth says, I ain't no vegetarian. I gotta have meat. I says, where are you going to find meat?
Nice coming back.
Well, Ruth says, I'm going to kill a cow. And he did.
Then you had meat, eh?
On the horns, yes. The rest of the cow was pretty bony.
Yeah. You put that on the side of the plate after that.
After Ruth got a taste of meat, he calmed down for a week. And then I seen a strange look in his eyes.
What sort of a look?
It was a meat look, Jed.
A meat look, eh?
Yeah. As soon as he got it, Ruth went out and killed the hen. The next time Ruth had that look, the horse disappeared.
You two aren't eating horse meat.
Well, Ruth took an oath it was bear, but I knowed it was horse.
Well, how could you tell?
After I had 3 or 4 meals of that bear meat, I started whinnying and wearing harness for underwear.
What happened when you finished the horse?
Ruth was fine. Then one day he got that meat look again, Judge, and our dog disappeared.
Ruth didn't barbecue no mongrel.
He told me it was a woodchuck. But the next day, sure enough, I started chasing cats and burying bones.
Well, when was this?
2 weeks ago. Ruth was good again for a time, and then I seen he was getting nervous.
You didn't have no animals left, did you?
No, Judge. Ruth kept getting worse and worse. Last night we had brambles, and he wouldn't touch an area of thorns.
You didn't say nothing?
No. When I went to bed, Ruth was pacing the floor.
Yeah.
This morning I heard a noise. I woke up, and there was Ruth, Judge.
Doing what?
He had that meat look in his eyes. He was coming at me with a bottle of ketchup and a salt cellar. So I upped my gun and let him have it.
That's your story, Jose?
Yep, Judge. What's your verdict?
There's an old cannibal saying, Jose. It goes, one man's meat is another man's brother-in-law. If you hadn't shot, you'd be a pot roast today. Court finds you not guilty. Court's adjourned. This is the time of year, ladies and gentlemen, when graduating classes concern themselves with such pertinent issues as who is the best student or the finest athlete and so forth.
And so tonight we follow through with our own elections. And after a careful count, we are very happy to report as follows. First, the one most likely to succeed.
Ipana toothpaste. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the natural choice. Ipana toothpaste, when used with gum massage, will succeed in helping you have the kind of a smile you can be proud of. Because an attractive smile depends on sparkling teeth and firm, healthy gums. And Ipana toothpaste is especially made, not only to clean and brighten teeth, but when used with massage, to help give gums the stimulation they need for firmness and health.
Second, the most convincing speaker.
That, too, is Ipana toothpaste. For Ipana definitely speaks for itself. The very first time you brush your teeth with Ipana, massage a little extra Ipana on your gums and notice the remarkable difference. Notice that pleasant tingling sensation as circulation speeds up and lazy gums start to waken.
Finally, the most popular member of the class.
And again, the winner is Ipana toothpaste. For so many people step up to their drug counters and ask for Ipana that it has become the largest selling toothpaste in America. Make up your mind right now to stop at your drugstore for an economical tube of Ipana and help yourself to healthier gums, brighter teeth, and the kind of a smile that wins friends and keeps them. With Ipana toothpaste.
Well, another hour seems to have slipped away to add its little mite to eternity, ladies and gentlemen. But don't forget, next Wednesday night we bring you Vacation Hints.
How can I avoid a touch of the sun? Ask him for $2 first.
Your song of the week.
Old MacDonald had a tourist camp.
Just a minute, Nelson, just a minute, Nelson. That old MacDonald had a farm, isn't it?
You wouldn't know the old place now, brother.
And our guest will be...
Radio's highest paid stooge. Here's Phil Harris' straight man, Jack Benny. If you miss Jack Benny Sunday night, tune in next Wednesday night.
Ladies and gentlemen, there isn't one of us who hasn't a very deep sympathy for the unfortunate people of Europe, the old men, women, and little children who are today in such desperate need. I know that all of us want to help, to do our share. And we can help by giving to the American Red Cross. Thankful that we're able to give. Grateful that we're living in a country where we can answer this call for assistance. We live the American way. Let's give the American way. Thank you, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
From Louisiana Berkeley. This is the National Broadcasting Company.